Hello, I'd like to convene the Single Family Design Board for August 30th, 2021. May I have roll call, please?
Thank you. I will now begin roll call. Chair Miller,
Here.
Vice Chair Koloss,
Here.
Board Member Arkelian,
Here.
Board Member Klein is absent, Board Member Motisha,
Here.
and Board Member Ziegler.
Here.
Thank you. We have a quorum.
All right, thank you. Moving on to the next item, public comment. Any member of the public may address the board to up to 2 minutes for any subject within the jurisdiction that is not scheduled on this agenda for a public discussion. Ms. Burkhardt, do you have anyone who would like to speak?
Thank you, Chair Miller. If you are attending by webinar and would like to comment on an item not on today's agenda, please follow the instructions on screen and raise your hand by clicking the hand icon in your GoToWebinar control panel. While we wait for hands, Ms. Fennessy, did we receive any written correspondence for items not on today's agenda?
Thank you, Ms. Burkhardt. We received one general public comment letter from Kathy and David Tillman that was distributed to the board prior to this meeting.
Okay, thank you. And there are no hands raised. I'll hand it back to you, Chair Miller. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'd like to move to the approval of the minutes for the Single Family Board meeting of August 16th, 2021. May I have a motion for approval, please?
Make that motion.
Thank you. In a second.
I'll speak up.
Hello?
I wasn't here. Can I second it?
Silence. Everyone's being shy. Ms. Burkhardt, can he?
I think Jonathan had a question.
I said I wasn't here for that meeting. Can I second it?
I believe Board Member Motisha offered a second. Is that correct?
Oh,
The motion.
he made the motion.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes. Board Member Ziegler, you can second. the
I'll
motion.
second it then.
All right, thank you. Let's moving through the items, please. Item 1, 648 Ricardo Avenue. Item 2, 106 West Los Olivos Street. Item 3, 1726 Franceschi Road. Okay, that's all the items on the agenda. Hearing no comments or changes, may I have a roll call, please?
Thank you. I will now start the roll call vote. Vice Chair Koloss,
Yes.
Board Member Arkelian,
Yes.
Board Member Motisha,
Yes.
Board Member Ziegler,
Yes.
and Chair Miller.
Yes,
Thank you. Motion passes.
thank you. Okay, moving on to the approval of the consent calendar for August 23rd. May I have a motion for approval, please?
I'll make a motion for approval.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Ms. Burkhardt, can we go through the items, please?
Yes, item A was for 512 East Islay Street. The action was for final approval. And item B was for 306 Northridge Road, which was postponed to September 7th, 2021. And the reviewers were Miller and Klein.
Thank you. May I have a roll call, please?
Thank you. I will now start the roll call vote. Vice Chair Koloss,
Yes.
Board Member Arkelian,
Yes.
Board Member Motisha,
Yes.
Board Member Ziegler,
Yes.
and Chair Miller.
Yes,
Thank you. Motion passes.
thank you. August 30th, 2021 for approval of the minutes. May I have a motion for approval, please?
I move.
I second it.
Thank you. Burkhart, if we can go through the items, please.
Yes. Item A was for 412 North Quarantina Street. The action was for project design approval and final approval with comments. And item B was for 918 East Ortega Street. The action was for project design approval and final approval with comments. And the reviewer was Chair Miller.
Thank you. Hearing no changes or comments, may I have a roll call, please?
Thank you. I will now start the roll call vote. Vice Chair Kalas,
Yes.
Board Member Arkalian,
Yes.
Board Member Motisha,
Yes.
Board Member Ziegler,
Yes.
and Chair Miller.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
All right, thank you. All right, moving on to item D. Announcements, requests by applicants for continuances and withdrawals, future agenda items and appeals. Ms. Burkhart, did we have any of those?
No, we do not. Thank you, Chair Miller.
Okay. And I
Mr. Miller?
don't, yes,
I have a question. Perhaps I should have done this during public comment. I always think of that as being for the public and not for us. So I had a question or a request for staff that they follow up on the direction that the board gave for a project on Shoreline and Santa Rosa Place. Our direction was that the trellis between the two wings on that residence was to remain a trellis,
yes.
and it was not to be a brow of a roof. I drove by there today and it is framed for a brow. So if
Yes.
someone could please have staff in the building department follow up on that.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair Kalas.
And just to follow up, I was out there too, and I saw the same thing a week ago. So thank you for bringing that up. All right. Seeing that we have no subcommittee reports, let's move on to agenda items for today. First project is a continued item for concept review, 925 Amina Road. This is a revised project description, the proposal to demolish an existing non-conforming two-story, 2,654 square foot single unit residence and 465 square foot garage and construct a new two-story, 4,729 single unit residence with a 443 square foot attached garage. The project includes 40 cubic yards of grading within the footprint of the proposed structure and 50 cubic yards of grading outside the footprint. The proposed 4,456 square foot of development on a 23,958 square foot parcel is 94% of the maximum guideline floor to lot area ratio. Do we have a representative of the project? Oh, follow up, no final appealable action will be taken at this hearing. Project does require neighborhood preservation findings in hillside district and slope lot findings. The project was last reviewed March 1st, 2021. The project was postponed August 2nd due to lack of quorum. Ms. Kalas, do we have minutes from the previous meeting to speak into the record?
It appears that we do.
Okay.
Okay, so the project was continued indefinitely to the full board with the following comments. The site plan to reflect a preliminary concept landscape plan, resolve the driveway location and materials. Drawings shall accurately reflect in elevation and in the plans the locations of decks and stairways and exterior staircases. Consideration shall be given to a different roofing material than the proposed standing seam roof. The general architectural approach could be acceptable, but the applicant shall show the context and the fabric of the streetscape encompassing the site. The neighborhood is defined by Jimeno Road from Alameda Padre Serra down to its next major intersection. The home FAR needs to be 85% in lieu of the proposed 95%. The applicant shall give consideration to finished colors, materials, and exterior lighting both in the landscape, if proposed, and on the building. show the exterior lighting at the next meeting so the board can understand any night glow or lantern effects the house may have on the neighborhood and city. Provide more section definition as to where the plate heights are. Acknowledge the Santa Barbara style in the project. Perhaps entertain the C-ramp style with some board and bat, or Santa Barbara sandstone mixed with horizontal sandstone patterns, etc. The project is not ready for project design approval at the next meeting. The board does not support the removal of the oak tree on the westerly portion of the site. Provide a solution to maintain its location by either having the house or deck surround it. Provide documentation from the fire department, city arborist, and city parks division, if appropriate, in regards to the status of the oak tree. That motion was made by Sweeney, seconded by Colas. Miller opposed it. Klein was absent, and the motion carried 4-1 with 4-1-1. Have we not seen this project since this? It seems like there was an interim review of this project.
Seems to me that this project came before us last year or the year before when it was just a remodel. Tell me if I'm wrong, Barbara, could you clarify?
That is correct, Chair Miller, and to the rest of the board. The project was here before you. It was a different project. They have revised the project description, so they're back today for comments on conceptual review. We do not have a complete application yet, so they would like your comments as they work towards application completeness.
So we're looking at a completely removal of the house and a new house put there in lieu of a remodel that we had first looked at.
That's correct.
Correct. Okay. I thought I'd seen this. Go ahead. I'm willing to listen.
We have a representative from the project if you'd like to go through the items. So I guess, yes, you could go through the items and in particular address the minutes of the last comments of the last meeting. That'd be great.
Okay, so yes, in clarification, the last time we were in front of you, it was for a remodel. And since that time, and to address a lot of the comments that were made, we've redesigned, reconfigured the house completely. It wasn't meeting the needs of the client. And instead of forcing the design and modifications through, we decided to take another look at the home completely to kind of accommodate removal of the mods and to address a bunch of the comments made at the previous meeting. So I'll just walk through. So can we turn to the next sheet, which is the existing site plan? So the goal today is, and the project proposed is to remove the existing home. If we go to sheet 011, the next, we wanted to give the house some context. So we canvassed the neighborhood using photography, labeled where all the homes are located, so we can get a real context for the street. A lot of the homes, because it's hillside, are front the street. There's a lot of garages facing directly to the street. We have a number of 2-story, 3-story, and 4-story elements within the existing neighborhood that are fully exposed to the street as we drive, just even the upper level of Minnow Drive. Turn to the next sheet, which is the proposed site plan. So part of the, if we zoom in here, I've got the existing home drawn in blue. And a lot of what was driving the original house, we see to the south, the 2 encroachments into the front yard setback. And because it's a really tough triangular site, a big driver of the use in the space is the existing garage, which is the small blue box right in the middle of the screen. So that takes up a dominant area that's buildable in a really tough triangular site. So as we started to address how can we eliminate the modification requests, a lot of it was derived around, if we move the garage, we can shift the entire house into a conforming condition. And it does one other thing environmentally. it allows me to rotate the proposed house to the east, which opens the entire house up to the east light and shuts all the south and western sun off the house. So the house will perform environmentally a lot better when we're dealing with glazing systems. The other thing we did as we approached the design of the new proposed home was to really keep the home in context with the rest of the neighborhood. I took the existing ridge line of the home and set that as the datum for which we were trying to build below, so that we keep all our we weren't going to be affecting any views from our neighbors. And to that extent, we've also had two open homes where we've had 12 or 14 neighbors run through the home with us. They've met us on site. They've fully reviewed the plans. And that approach to the ridge height was really important to the neighborhood, and it came out. And once they'd seen the way that the home was laying out, we got a lot of support from all our neighbors. So if we move to the floor plan, the home, sorry, that's the existing house. The next. So you can see I've rotated the garage around 90 degrees to where it was originally, but generally the existing home laid out really nicely, which is bedrooms to the eastern portion of the house, and we can break the scale of the house. And then the main living level, we were able to move to the west and into the larger triangular form. So it allowed us to build a home around the family's needs. They are a large family. They have many gatherings with a lot of members. So this occurs a lot. So the real focus was on the family area of the home and driving around the kitchen, dining, living, that real family orientated spaces that then open onto the southern deck.
So I just
And
want to
then if we
interrupt
would-
and apologize real quickly. Was this the same home that was reviewed last time with those minutes that were spoken into the record, or is this a completely different home?
This is a knockdown and a completely different home.
So we're actually looking at a brand new home.
Yes, we are.
Okay, got it.
But it's laid out really similar to the original home, actually, just on a functional standpoint. So if we move to the next sheet, which is the basement, we've increased the size of the basement slightly. Obviously, we have a lot of crawl space area, but what we've got is a gym space, some storage, a bedroom, bathroom, and laundry at the lower level. The other spaces that you're seeing are the garage above and crawl space for mechanical to the east, which is on the right-hand side of this image. If we go to the next sheet, roof plan. So the idea with the roof plan is a very simple shed, a shed that extends over the living spaces and the first bedroom, and then a second to break up the mass to the east. We have a lower shed roof that sits in underneath and extends to the east. And then on the garage, we alternated the shed. We pitched it in the other direction so that we could mount. We had an area that's sloped to the south that can accommodate the required solar system and not be viewed by any uphill neighbor or downhill neighbor. So it's really tucked in and taken out of play on the uphill side from the garage. So if we go to the next sheet. So material palette is very similar to what we had proposed previously, which is a sandstone base with some sandstone walls that are taking the stair elements out of play, which we can see on this elevation if we pan over to the right. And we can see the garage shed sloping down to the south that'll accommodate the solar panels, and then a simple shed roof that extends out over the family space, and it's interlocked with a outdoor fireplace off the balcony. Very simple balcony railings, vertical balcony railings that are low profile. If we go to the next. The entry, oh, hang on, sorry, go back one, please. This is the entry elevation. The idea with the whole entry sequence was to keep it in a similar feel as the original house. It's a drop down driveway where we come into the space. We wanted to keep it very quiet, so there's only a couple of openings along the entire northern portion, so we don't get light spill coming uphill at our neighbors. And we're going to see this in the renderings as we kind of work our way through. So if we move on to the next. So we've got the eastern elevation. Again, this is showing the shed roof simply moving through the main living space, the garage, the main entry, and the deck that extends off. We can see existing grade, which is basically going to remain the same. And then we have the south elevation where we have the shed roof that opens up, and it kind of demonstrates a California ranch, really simple ranch form with a very simple lineal roof that's broken in mass towards the master bedroom, sitting on a quiet stone base that's based down below. Again, taking a lot of what we generated out of the previous presentation. We move to the next section. So in the sections, we've kept, like I said, we've kept the top of the ridge of the shed roof to the same height as the existing ranch house that's there right now. If we move to the next. So if we zoom into we did a series of renderings and before and after so that we can kind of demonstrate the massing of the building. So the existing on number one, we have the existing house to the left. To the right, we can see how the roof form is keeping that ridge height the same. The entry is kept quiet. If we move to the next one, it opens up as we drive down the street. So we've got the existing garage facing directly out to the street. We've turned that garage 90 degrees. We have a solid stone element that has which you can see dead center. The garage is now to the right, so we're not seeing directly into the garage doors, and the entry to the house is to the left. So again, a very quiet elevation. If we move to the next. So this is driving up Jimeno. We get a small view of the house as we drive up the drive. Today, we're going to be driving up and we see a small covered entry walkway and a single window to light the drive court. And again, from a massing standpoint, we can see that the ridge height is brought forward in the original. Now in the proposed, it's moved forward. So the actual massing of the house starts to really relate to the existing house and keeps it quiet at the street. If we can go to the next sheet. So there's some temporary fencing already put up, but to the right we can see the existing white house as it stands forward, and on the right hand side we've modeled in the massing. So we've really tried to keep this whole eastern portion, and obviously it's because of the constraints of the setbacks, but we've kept the house within those, and it steps back and the massing breaks down as we get to the kind of the sharp end of the property. The other thing that the home is showing to the existing home is it pushes out into the existing setback, so it's actually further forward than we will be proposing. And then finally, driving up Jimeno, the existing condition, we don't see any of the house. We've got hedges along the entire property, which we'll be trimming as part of the processing. But what we did was we did a rendering basically eliminating any foliage. So you get a sense that we have the home sitting in and pushed back as it relates. So that would be the view if all the foliage was to be removed, which it's not being proposed to do. So I just wanted to give you a sense of that. If we can go back actually one sheet before we get to the landscape, I just want to cover an element. So one more, please. And then I'm going to pass it over to, oh no, go back to the rendering. I'll pass it over to Chantal here in a minute to talk about it. No, can we go to the first set of renderings? It's sheet C101. And then can we zoom in on the lower one? So I just wanted to cover the oak. We've met with the fire department twice and they've recommended that this thing come out. So I just want to put this to bed. The tree's actually dead. We've had an arborist look at it. We've had the fire department look at it a number of times now, and you can see it in this photograph right now. It's literally a fire hazard, and the fire department have recommended taking it out. So right now I'd like to pass it over to Chantal, our landscape architect from Parai Landscape Design, to cover the landscape portion of it.
Hi there. Can you guys hear me okay? Okay.
You can.
Okay, great. So we'll start with the tree disposition plan right here. Alan already kind of mentioned the oak tree that we are proposing to remove. There is only one other tree that we are proposing to remove, which is a ginkgo biloba tree. We are protecting 27 trees, and out of the 27 trees, there are 8 oak trees that are large and beautiful that we are protecting to keep in place. We are adding in 18 new trees, so it's going to be nice and lush in there. And we can move, and that is the arborist report actually on the plan here, stating that the oak tree is indeed dead and that he has suggested that we remove it. So if we can go to the next plan, I'll go through kind of the concept plan here. So I'll start with the driveway. We are proposing a new driveway, and it's going to be a lighter concrete color opposed to the existing asphalt right now, which is dark. And we have a sandstone band that leads to the front entry, which kind of relates to a lot of the sandstone accents that are existing on site already. The big planter area that's on the north side of the driveway on the plan, we are proposing a cactus and agave garden, which you can kind of see some inspiration imagery right above that. So it'll be very drought tolerant. And the rest of the planting, we are going to heavily plant with natives and low water plantings. So you can kind of see a little bit more of the imagery out here that as our inspiration imagery. So I'll go kind of through the side yard to the back. So leading towards the back, we have kind of a gravel path with like a viewing seating, gravel seating area. These are new sandstone terrace walls to kind of bring in the sandstone accents that we have in the front of the driveway. We have a water runnel water feature that kind of lends with the linear aspect of like the new architecture.
Hold on, you ran out of the 15-minute allotment. I just want to ask you, how much more time do you think you need?
Oh, just literally like a few more minutes.
Okay, great.
Yes, yes. So yeah, the big feature here is a runnel water feature. You can kind of see an image at the top of the plan, what we are proposing. And most of the planting down, kind of downslope of the house is just all nice natives with a few new trees in there and some fruit trees, as well as some veggie beds along an existing gravel path that they have. The main patios outside are all going to be gravel, so it's very, stormwater friendly, I could say. And yeah, so that's kind of it. We have like a preliminary plant palette on there as well as, and you can kind of see the imagery up top for the materials that we're looking to use, a lot of sandstone to bring in the existing that we have already on site, and some gravel and just some drought tolerant plantings.
All right, is that the conclusion of your presentation?
Yes, thank you.
All right, great, thank you. Ms. Burkhart, did we get any public comment?
Thank you, Chair Miller. If you are attending by webinar and would like to comment on this item, please follow the directions on screen and raise your hand by clicking the hand icon on the GoToWebinar control panel. While we wait for hands, Ms. Fennessy, did we receive any written correspondence for this item?
Thank you, Ms. Burkhart. We received 6 public comments that were distributed to the board prior to this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no hands raised, Chair Miller, so I'll hand it back to you for questions.
All right, thank you very much. Ms. Collas, do you have any questions, please?
Yes, I do. Okay. Let's see. The first question I had you answered, which was on the lower portion of Jimeno, whether you planned on reducing the height of those hedges. Is there a section cut through the site similar to the one that you're showing on the west or the east elevations that cuts completely through the site down to Jimeno Road at the lower level?
We haven't got, no, not in the package.
Okay. The reason I'm asking is I'm trying to understand the relationship of the lower level of the home to the height of those hedges as they currently exist and as are proposed. So if you come back to the board, it would be helpful for that to be included.
Okay.
I am wondering if the crawl space is included in the square footage that has been used to calculate the FAR.
It has not. It is, the crawl space is actually a true crawl space. There's not much room in it. It's enough room to hang mechanical.
Okay, so that's not what I'm seeing or what I saw on the plans. It appeared to illustrate a 9-foot height there.
We have.
Can you show me where on the plans it shows a section through the crawl space, please?
Right there.
Okay, so this is a true section. This is not an elevation / section hybrid.
No, and obviously that's also, it's sloping in 3 directions. So it'll, wherever you cut a section, it's going to be very different. So so the crawl space from the north to the south slopes in that direction. It also slopes east to west. So this will be a true section through the existing grade as we know it.
Okay, so when you're looking at, I'm going to call it the south elevation, the long elevation from the lower portion of Jimeno Road, you do see a full height door there that allows one to enter into the crawl space. And then I'm assuming that as you move in a northerly direction or an easterly direction, that you lose head height. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
It's enough room. That's enough room, just to, like I said, just to get access to the mechanical space, the mechanical units, which will mount to the subfloor.
Okay, thank you. And then I may have missed this when Chantal was presenting. So I heard something about fruit trees, and there's 18 new trees. If we look at the landscape plan, there are 3 larger trees that appear to be proposed trees, maybe. I can't read the legend on the screen, so if you could explain what those trees are.
Yes, so the 3 large trees are actually olive trees. So there are a few new citrus trees, which are the smaller kind of darker round ones over here by like the staircase down to the gravel area in there, and then maybe a few along the water runoff fountain. Okay.
And then a follow-up question, there was an item noted on the plans as an archaeologically significant location on the parcel. Is that something that you can explain to us generally what that is? Is it a large grinding stone or?
It's an existing sandstone boulder, which is indicated on this plan as protected boulder. You can see it in the middle of the middle 3 trees. 1, 2, 3, the middle one right there. So that's an existing boulder. It has a couple of grinding holes in it. Yes.
Okay.
and that's going to remain and be protected during construction.
Okay. I'm just looking at my notes here. I think those are the only questions that I had at this time.
All right, thank you. Board Member Arakalian, do you have any questions, please?
Yes. Are there any areas of the surrounding neighborhood that inspired you to pursue this architectural style? Because since you're going to go through a new construction, looks like the style has been changed.
Yeah, we looked at the existing neighborhood, and to be honest, the home that's in the photographs, the original neighborhood photographs, started us down this line. It's a long, if we can go, I can point to it next. This one here, it's the photo number 4. It's a long lineal home that has a large overhang, and that was really a starter of the generator. It's sitting on a nice sandstone base. It has the elements of a really pretty home that sits on the Riviera. So obviously sun protection is important up there. We have a large solar surface on the site because it slopes to the south. So a large covered overhang was really the generator. And then letting the house remain quiet like it does on the northern boundary was really important. So we were just kind of balancing the section as we kind of went through it.
Okay. Another question I had was, since it's a hillside property, did you end up making any consideration to using a different roofing material rather than the standing seam?
We have looked at it, and we're certainly open to studying options. I found a really pretty metal shingle that's done in a matte finish. So obviously we want a long-lasting roof and a high-quality roof. So the clients are generally leaning towards a nice metal roof if we can do it, and they do make a nice shingle. So we're open to it.
Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Letitia, do you have any questions, please?
Sorry, I am unmuted. Okay. Could we look at the elevations one at a time just for a few seconds, starting anywhere, elevations? Okay. Is that, that's the west. Okay, let's go to the south. Or the next one down. That's the north. How about east? Okay. And now south. Okay, let's stay on that one. I will follow up with Board Member Colossus' question about it's obvious here that the basement is open to the south with full height doors. Does that, tell me if I'm wrong, that should be included, that portion of the basement should be included in the FARs. Is that, am I correct?
It is included in the FAR.
That front whole section.
Yes, it is.
And you told us what was included in that basement. On your, let me take a step further. On your next presentation, please indicate which, on your basement plan, indicate which portions of that basement are full height. Here you mixed them up with crawl space, so it was hard to tell what was intended on use and only crawl space. So here you have basically a bedroom, a family room or a living room, and a bathroom. On your presentation, you said there was only a bedroom and a bathroom. Here you have, looks like three rooms that these full height doors go into. So you have quite a bit of area down there in the basement other than what you indicated on your presentation. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, that leads me into something else. 94% to me is too high. I would like, since you have a full basement that is also included in the FARs, I would like to see that 94 go down to closer to our recommended of 85%. I don't continue to get down all the way to 85, but 94 is pushing it for setting a precedent.
Mr. Motisha, I enjoy your commenting, but make sure it's questions and then save the other part for comments.
If I do that, I will forget what I have to say.
Oh, okay.
I apologize. These are questions that I'm making comments on.
Okay.
I'm not finished yet.
All right.
Another, is your looks like, from what I'm looking right there, it looks like all those walls is that all sandstone rock? That whole wall is covered with sandstone. Looks like horizontal on the lower and vertical on the upper.
It's a wood finish on the upper and a stone finish on the base.
Oh, that's stone. Okay, so wood finish. That could be. I'll wait till I make that comment. I can remember that one. Is your sandstone in the front that you are going? Are you going to retain the sandstone around the 2 entry gates in the front?
Yes.
Okay, that sandstone is basically, I forget what they're called, but that is basically huge rocks. Whereas
It's a 5 point.
It's a 5
traditional
point stone.
5 point Santa Barbara sandstone.
yeah, okay, and then what you're proposing is more of it. Is what you're proposing more vertical? Oh,
It'll probably be more horizontal. It's probably going to get larger in size. We were studying the narrow banding initially when we did the renderings, and then we're probably going to go for a larger format stone.
okay. I will wait for comments. I'm finished. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Board Member Ziegler, do you have any questions, please?
Yeah, I had a question. I had a comment too, but I'll save that. The question
Okay.
was for Chantal. Can you tell us how many trees you're planning to destroy again and how many of those were oaks?
If you zoom into the total protection totals, or above or on top of the plan, there is just 2 that we are removing, and just one of them is the oak that Alan had addressed during his presentation, and then
Okay.
the other tree is a ginkgo biloba.
Okay. So only one oak and it's dead, you're saying?
Yes, one oak and it's dead. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right. My questions. What's the overall, the plate height of the first floor and the basement, or the plate heights
9 foot.
for both of them?
Yes.
Okay.
And then that's the base. The 9 foot is at the lower shed.
Got it. Thank you. Yeah, that's what I kind of figured. And so the wall material upstairs is wood. Do you have a sample of that material?
Not at this stage.
Okay. All right. Those are the only questions I have. So I'll bring it back to the board for comments. Board Member Kalas, do you have any comments, please?
Yes. This is an interesting one to make comments on. So I'll start with what I like here. I like the fact that the home has been reoriented, and that it respects the setbacks. I think that helps from the lower part of Jimeno Road and provides some relief there that is beneficial. I like that you reoriented the garage so that we're not looking at garage doors as we look down that secondary entrance from the upper part of Jimeno Road. I think that's a positive. And the fact that you've kept the roof line from above, from the upper portion of Jimeno Road low, I think really helps. All that really helps the visibility or lack thereof from Jimeno Road and kind of hunkers it down into the site and makes it feel like it's a part of the place that you're placing it. I also like the fact that you're showing a neutral color palette, given the fact that this is a rather modern home and it's being proposed on the Riviera, which generally has a different contextual nature to it. I think that's appropriate. I would probably be more apt to support a metal shingle roof than I would a standing seam roof for this project. I am concerned about the 94 or 95% FAR. I can appreciate the client's desire to have a home where they can entertain and or to have older children or company stay and visit. And I can appreciate the sort of modernist, clean aspects of having a lot of space inside of the home to allow for it to feel spacious. But, and I don't normally want to get into what's going on inside spaces in a home. I think that's really best left to the owners and the architects. But in this case, because you are pushing the envelope or have pushed past it in terms of our guidelines, you know, I do have concerns about the, I'll call it I'm struggling for words, I'll say opulence in terms of the generosity of the spaces on the inside. And specifically in terms of what I think is a little bit of redundancy and circulation where the garage is meeting the home in terms of the entryway, the mudroom, exterior side yard sequence. I think there's a lot of circulation there that's going on that could probably be reduced. So I am going to push for the 85% FAR to be respected, that guideline FAR to be respected.
There's only a recommendation on the property because it's over a half an acre, as I understand.
I understand that, Mr. McLeod. I'm on an acre parcel and I have a 1,500 square foot house. Part of what's going on the Riviera, both on the front side and the back side, is that there are more diminutive homes with more property historically. That's the way these have been until you get to the lower Riviera where they're all closer to each other. So part of the opulence and joy of living on the Riviera is having breathing room and not being right up against your neighbor, because people have over time decided to have smaller homes and have larger yards. And this is deviating from that. And that's part of the reason for our guidelines. So I'm going to push for the 85%. Those are all my comments.
Okay. All right, thank you, Ms. Claus. Board Member Arakalian, do you have any comments, please?
I appreciate the renderings from in the presentation. Thank you for that. It gives me perspective on the proposed development. I support a lot of Board Member Colossus, Vice Chair Colossus' comments about the metal shingle. And also the FAR. You know, I tried to look away at the interior floor plan as well, but just because of the FAR, it made me look at the rooms as well. And I believe that some of the areas can be designed a little bit more efficiently, and that 85% FAR is possible. I am in support of the landscaping. I do like the amount of permeability that's been proposed. And I would be interested if it's possible to do an FAR study of adjacent homes, or something that the board can agree on as well. Those are my comments.
All right, thank you very much. Board Member Motisha, do you have comments, please?
Yes, I don't, I'm looking at this elevation right here, this west elevation, just to the left of that is a sample of the sandstone on the, and I assume that's on the base of the house. To me, that does not look like it's securing the house to the base of the house to the land. And it doesn't match, it's sandstone, but that's what I was trying to infer in my questions. That style of sandstone does not look like any resemble the entry of around the two entry gates. And this is horizontally, just horizontal. And it's just, it doesn't, to me, it doesn't support anything above it. It gives walls, it gives the exterior walls, and I'm assuming that on the north elevation, there's several of the walls looking out onto the motor court that are this same style of rock, of sandstone rock. I would like to see something, either the elevations defined a little bit more that uses this type of horizontal sandstone, or some other examples of some rock that are closer in matching to the entry around your two entry gates. Kind of hidden on the downhill side, the south end, in south elevation, but on the north elevation you have one, two, I think two or three, one, two, well, just two, I guess, two elements that are your entry element and your I'm not sure which is the garage there and which is not the garage. It looks like the wall that's just southeast of the garage door is also sandstone, horizontal sandstone. Floating, the roof floats on that sandstone. It doesn't secure it, doesn't hold it down to the ground. That's my only comment. Come back with a different proposal, if you, or something.
All right, thank you.
Excuse me. Brian? Thank you. I can finish that.
Yeah. Oh.
Come back with.
Yeah, I think there's an internet delay here going on.
Come back with something that either a different proposal or some elevations that match, that look more like what you're trying to describe. These are very hard to differentiate what it's going to look like. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Board Member Ziegler, do you have any comments, please?
Yeah, could we look at the elevation for the south side again, please? Yeah, my observation, and I may be reading these plans wrong, but to me, that looks awfully, not very interesting. It's just a long panel like the house you showed up on the hill. And I'm wondering if you can make that more interesting. I don't think it's very aesthetic. So that's my comment.
All right, thank you. Yeah, so I'd follow up. I think part of it being a computer rendered elevation, I think there could be a little creativity and yeah, because you're using programs out of the computer, and it's not necessarily what it's really going to look like.
Okay.
So yeah, my comments are, when I first saw this, I was really against it. I thought the style was not appropriate for the neighborhood, and even you could see I was voted against it before, but the more I'm studying it, and there's several things I want to highlight that I think are really good, is the fact that you are shifting the property, the house, in a more sympathetic situation with the strange size of the property. And the fact that it is contemporary, where you have flat roofs, I could tell you, if it was like a typical Spanish colonial home with peak roofs with two-piece mission tile, your neighbors would all be descending on you, screaming at you for blocking views. And with this particular style of architecture, you're actually bypassing that quite successfully. I like the fact that you make a comment that it's quieter. You know, it's like it's kind of nestled into the hill, so it's a quieter building, so it's not standing out and trying to create a lot of attention. So I can actually support this. I think this is going to be a very successful home in that odd-shaped lot. And I do support Board Member Colossus and the other comments that the FAR, I think there should be a study about reducing that. And yeah, and perhaps that the stone pattern match what's existing on the gate post or something that's more of that Santa Barbara look. Not that I don't think what you're proposing isn't a bad look, but you know, I think there needs to be a better rendering artistic touch to that stone pattern. And those are my only comments. So with that being said, would someone like to entertain a motion? So they're here for concept review.
I will make a motion.
All right, thank you.
I'd like to make a motion that the project return to the board for further review with the following comments. The board generally finds the architectural nature of the project acceptable. The board supports the ridgeline height at which this has been placed in deference to the neighborhood. The board appreciates and would continue to support the more neutral color palette that is being proposed. The board generally likes the idea of a metal shingle rather than the standing seam roof. The applicant shall work to reduce the size of the home closer to guideline 85% FAR. The applicant may consider introducing 3 native oaks in lieu of the 3 olives that are proposed on the south side of the residence. The applicant shall provide a section through a north-south section through the site that shows the relationship of the lower floor to the proposed hedge along Lower Jimeno Road once it has been cut down. And the applicant shall study the nature of the stone on the lower level of the residence, with consideration being given to larger block that is more commensurate with the surrounding neighborhood and existing walls on the site. That is my motion.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I'm sorry, I'm going to add to that. The applicants also requested to provide lighting information when they return, both for the residents and the property at large.
All right,
That
thank you.
concludes my motion.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Oh, I think Mr. Motisha beat you.
Okay, that's fine with me.
Okay, thank you. May I have a roll call, please?
Can I add something to the motion?
Oh, yes, yes.
Is it possible to request, you know, from board member Ziegler's comment about the south elevation? You know, I appreciate the applicant providing the material palette, the board, and I would like to see how the colors come together on the south elevation. Could I ask for that?
So you're requesting that the showing accurate color scheme on the south elevation as opposed to
Sure.
black and white?
Sure.
Does
Yes.
the
Yes,
maker of
that-
the motion accept that?
Yes, I have no problems with that being added to the motion. And I'm going to add one other item. When they're studying the south elevation, Mr. McLeod, you may want to give some consideration to find out if there's any possibility of, I'll call it regularizing the fenestration on the lower level, or having a closer relationship between the fenestration on the upper level, if at all possible.
So if to make it the motion, can you please clarify what you mean by that? I don't quite understand what you're trying to say.
I'm looking at the fenestration on the lower level. It's offset relative to the fenestration on the upper level. And we're looking
Yes.
at a relatively modernist building.
Yes.
Typically, those would have a more regular relationship to one another. They wouldn't be offset, or, you know, they would either all be offset or they would all be oriented in a regularized fashion relative to one another. It's just an observation I made looking at this elevation. It's a recommendation. It's not a requirement for them to consider.
It looks like, may I make a comment?
Yeah.
From the elevation, it looks like the upper floor does not even go with the lower floor. And I think that's what Jonathan is looking at too. They just don't complement. First and the second floor don't complement each other. And
So perhaps a way of stating that for purposes of the motion, Chair Miller, would be
Yes.
the applicant shall study the relationship of the fenestration on the upper level relative to the lower level in an attempt to create a relationship between the two that is more regular in nature.
Okay, if that's limited to a study,
Or more organized in nature. Yes, it's a study.
okay, because I personally, I don't have a problem with it, but okay. Can Ms. Fennessy, could you please recreate the motion, please, so we know what it is?
Yes, so it is a return to full board for review. The board finds the architectural nature of the project acceptable. The board supports the ridgeline height. The board appreciates and supports the neutral color palette proposed. The board likes the idea of the metal shingle roof rather than standing seam. The applicant shall reduce size of home closer to the 85 FAR. Consider introducing 3 native oaks in lieu of olive trees. Have a section through site that shows relationship of lower floor to hedge once it has been cut down. Study the nature of stone on lower level of residence, with considering larger block that is more commensurate of surrounding neighborhoods in the site. Provide lighting information when returned, accurate color scheme on elevations, and then study the relationship of the fenestration and attempt to create a relationship between the two, which is more organized. And
On the
that was
south
me.
element.
On the south.
I,
All right,
I agree with that, except for the comment about the FAR. The comment was not to bring it closer to the FAR. It was to bring it to or below the guideline FAR.
Noted.
Thank you.
and I again second.
you agree with that, okay. All right, may I have a roll call, please?
Thank you, and I'll start the roll call vote. Vice Chair Kalas,
Yes.
Board Member Arkelian,
Yes.
Board Member Motisha,
Yes.
Board Member Ziegler,
Yes.
and Chair Miller.
Yes,
Thank you. Motion passes.
all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. McLeod. Okay, moving on to item 2. Okay, we're on a little past due, but that's good. This is a revised project description for 691 Hope Avenue. This is a continued item for design approval. The proposal for subdivision improvements that include the demolition of one existing single-unit residence and construction of a new public road, sidewalk, parkway, and other infrastructure improvements. The LAFCO and City Council have granted approvals for the site to be annexed into the city of Santa Barbara, and the Planning Commission has granted approval for a 6-lot subdivision and new public road on this site. Project design approval is requested. Project requires neighborhood preservation findings and grading findings. Project was last reviewed on July 6, 2021. These are the minutes from the previous board, but from my understanding, I don't know if they're applicable. Ms. Burkhardt, is that correct?
Chair Miller, the project description has changed to include the subdivision only. The residences are no longer included. However, if you would like, you could read the minutes into the record.
Okay, if Ms. Colossus, if you just go over kind of summarize it, that would be helpful.
I'm happy to do that. Do we have a revised description that we should be reading into the record?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Chair Miller just read the revised project description into the record.
Most of these 7 comments will not stand. We needn't read them because they don't stand with new revised project. Correct?
That's my inclination to say so, but I'm not at liberty to, or the authorities to determine that, correct?
Mr. Chair, if I may speak.
Please.
Yeah, Kathy Kennedy, project planner, the case planner for this project. So I think it's true, these comments do not really apply to the revised project description. So they could be held until next time when the residences are being reviewed by your board. But as mentioned, this project is different than before. It is for only the 6-lot subdivision improvements only. No residences are included in this review for project design approval. But the residences may return in the future. Depending on what the applicant decides to do, they could, they have a number of options. They could sell the lots and then have each individual owner come forward with the residence, or they could come back, which is what I think they are going to do, is bring the project back, only including those homes that are subject to SFDB review. Typical review of being 2 stories or 17 feet in height, etc. So that's for the future, but for today, the municipal code requires that the SFDB review all subdivision grading plans. So that's why this is before you today, is that. This type of review, as you know, is much different than what you're usually looking at. We don't have many subdivision projects in the city. So it's a little bit different. There are 2 sets of findings, though, for you to consider, the neighborhood preservation findings. And some of those may not be applicable just because there aren't any structures proposed at this point. And then the grading findings. And you will be able to review the trees. There's tree replacements and tree removals, some other landscaping, fencing, and other items like that. So the applicant will have a presentation about that. The plans that you're reviewing today are the same ones that the Planning Commission approved. So they're consistent with that. And just to let you know, and I think I've said this a couple of times already though, that staff has given an extensive review of these plans in terms of drainage, traffic, circulation, and such. So we do though have Adam Pendle from Public Works to speak to the drainage issue. And my understanding, and I haven't checked, someone from Transportation Planning will be here to talk about traffic and circulation as well. Just to kind of go over those again, They've been, like I said, reviewed and approved by the Planning Commission, but just to provide some more information to you and be more helpful, we are
Okay.
having other staff members here.
Thank you. Is there any legal representation or as well?
Yes, we have Ms. Ostringer from City Attorney's Office here as well. Yes.
Great, thank you. Thank you for the information. So with that being said, I would then say that we do not have to go through the minutes of the previous meeting because it seems like they're irrelevant.
Yeah.
Thank you. And I'm available for questions as they come up later. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ms. Burkhart, may I have your blessing?
Yes, of course, that's fine.
All right, thank you. Oh, all right, do we have a representative from the project to go through the plans?
I'm sorry, Chair Miller,
Yes.
so we have representatives from Public Works, so we'd like for them to make some statements now prior to the presentation.
Please.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, chairs and members of the Single Family Design Board. I'm Adam Hendel, Principal Engineer in the Public Works Department. As Ms. Kennedy said, we did review the packages to the Single Family Design Board and believe it's in compliance with Planning Commission's condition of approval regarding the street improvements and drainage as well. And then as Ms. Kennedy said, the applicant and SFDB may wish to address items such as vegetation within the drainage swales, trees, fencing, those types of items that are associated with the subdivision and not the single family homes that were before you previously. We will be addressing details with members of the public about drainage separately and specifically during plan check. I just wanted to state that and orient the design board. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Mr. Hendel.
May I ask a question? Would now be an okay time to ask a question of Mr. Hendel?
Well, perhaps maybe after presentation when we get into questions, is that okay?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure we weren't going to lose him, and that wasn't why staff was having him make his comments now.
That's a good question. Are you going to stick around?
I was planning on leaving here in the next 30 minutes, but would your question benefit from the applicant presenting first, or is it something more procedural in nature?
I'm trying to address many of the comments that we've received from the public, and I think it's important for those to be addressed in order that the board feels comfortable making a motion or taking action on this item today.
Okay, why don't we have the applicant make their presentation, and then I will stick around for the questions.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, we have, hello, Mr. Pikart. If you'd like to go through the project, that'd be wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah,
And
thank you.
Tomasello.
Tony Tomasello is online with me as well. He'll be going through the slides and the details of the presentation. I just want to kind of touch on a couple of items initially by way of introduction to why we have changed the project description to come before you for the approval of the subdivision only at this point. A few weeks ago, we had an excellent meeting with the neighbors, just as we discussed at the last meeting of this board, to take input and answer questions and try to explain the certain elements of the project in more detail, et cetera. We spent about a half a day on site with the neighbors, walking the site and looking at various elements and conditions. As you know, we also had story poles installed for the two-story elements of the buildings, which seemed to be the elements that were of most concern. We spent a lot of time just answering questions and writing, et cetera, as well. And I think we had a really good dialogue, got a lot of feedback, a lot of input. And so we started on the work of looking at the designs and considering some modifications, but we realized that it was just going to be impossible to be able to come back with the design changes at this point. So we made the decision to say, look, let's just move forward with the subdivision so that we can get to work on that, get our civil engineers going, work on the public improvement plans, the detailed design of the drainage and everything. And there's some advantage, I think, to the neighbors too. It would give us the ability to go forward with the work of just the subdivision of lots. You know, the original intent was actually to do a subdivision and sell those lots individually. However, the Yao family decided that they wanted to consider living in one of the homes and take one of the lots. I was involved in that possibility as well, and the parents of the Yao seniors, in fact, were interested in acquiring one of the homes as well. So we've kind of just taken a step back because we wanted to really take a look at the design, see if we can just rethink some elements of it, and you know, come back at some future point when we've kind of made some decisions about how we want to handle the design of the individual homes. But in the meantime, you know, it's important that we have the ability to move forward with the subdivision. And as you know, this the process of getting the subdivision approved has been going on for a couple of years now, almost, I think. And it involved having a meeting at this board where you looked at the original proposal for the subdivision. We had took it to the Planning Commission that unanimously approved the subdivision there. We went to City Council. Council unanimously approved the subdivision at that level. It went through all the various city agencies that have some jurisdiction over all the different elements of the subdivision and satisfied those requirements. And went through LAFCO and ultimately for the annexation and was approved at that level as well. So we saw no reason to delay moving forward with the subdivision while we consider our options with respect to the individual homes. Again, we may come back with some redesigns of the homes. It's possible that some of these lots, the Yaos may decide to just simply sell them to individuals who want to build their own homes. And those are the options that we're exploring. And we will be back at some point, you know, with the individual homes moving forward with the specific designs, et cetera. But right now, this is where we are. We need to move forward with the subdivision. So I'm gonna have Tony walk through the presentation. It'll be very similar to what we presented to the Planning Commission and City Council. And then we look forward to receiving your approval to move forward with this phase of the project so that we can come back later with the homes.
Thank you, Deddy. So as Deddy mentioned, this is a similar presentation that we presented at Planning Commission and Council. It goes through a lot more of the questions related to drainage and sort of our process with the subdivision itself. We thought that it would be helpful for the board and the public if we again tried to kind of expound on some of those issues. So next slide, please. As you know, the site, I'm not going to talk about this. Let's go next slide, please. And as Deddy mentioned, the actual city boundary has been changed since it was approved by LAFCO. So this is previous to that, but that has been completed. And the new zoning for the site is RS 7.5, which is similar and equivalent to the other neighborhoods that you see here indicated in yellow. Next slide. Project setting, I'm not going to talk too much about this. I know you're all pretty familiar with the site, so let's go next slide. Next slide. And next slide, please. Just a little bit about the project history. So the site was originally purchased by the Yaos in December of 2017. We had submitted a PRT to city staff in June of 2018 and began working with on some options for where to put the road, what kind of road it would be. We got some feedback from Public Works and planning staff at that time on our options, and ultimately went with the one that is supported and approved by Planning Commission. So we had gone to the Planning Commission for initiation in December of 2018. We submitted our formal DART submittal in March of 2019. Planning Commission approval was obtained in October of 2019. Subsequently, City Council approved the project in December of 2019. And then we received the LAFCO approval of the annexation and the formal reorganization of the lot to move it into the city's jurisdiction in May of this year. Next slide. As Diddy mentioned, we have done quite a bit of neighborhood outreach on this. We've engaged in many long conversations with a number of various neighbors. Ultimately, we originally started reaching out to the Penn Place neighbors back before we had any of these approvals when the subdivision was started, to share the project design and engineering goals, to understand the challenges with existing stormwater conveyance and the flooding that occurs on Penn Place and the site, and as well as down onto Connie Way, to coordinate improvements with the existing conditions of adjacent properties, particularly on Penn Place, to share information regarding the benefits and costs of annexing to the city. That was something that city staff had suggested that we do as part of the project, and see if the Penn Place could be annexed, or if those neighbors were interested in annexing. And then understand concerns regarding the potential residence designs, views, privacy, etc. So especially more recently. However, residences, as Debbie mentioned, were not included at this time, and we're sort of rethinking how we approach those. Next slide. Project goals and design considerations really haven't changed from the get-go. We want to design the subdivision with sound neighborhood planning, take advantage of the opportunity to combine the new road with Penn Place to make it a standard with public road, improve existing off-site stormwater issues in the neighborhood, improve the pedestrian connections throughout the neighborhood, and achieve the goals and policies of the city's general plan. Next slide. So as you see here, these were a few initial options, not the only options that we considered, but these were what were originally submitted to during the PRT process. One of the primary issues, let's go next slide, please. One of the primary issues that we wanted to get early feedback on from staff and the Planning Commission is, would the commission support no on-street parking? This is a slide that was directly taken from our initiation hearing. And so we asked them specifically if they would support that, with the intent that the new road could be combined with Penn Place when those properties annex at some point in the future. Widening the road to provide on-street parking would result in an oversized street in the future if and when Penn Place annexes. A narrower road encourages traffic calming, and no guest parking is required for single-family residential. The second question was, would the commission support a lot frontage for Lot 6? Modification for Lot 6, which was a flag-shaped lot, and that was also approved. Next slide. So this is the subdivision design based on the feedback that we got during the PRT process that was initiated by Planning Commission, and what we've further developed as we've gone through the formal approvals. Next slide. So this is our approved subdivision and grading plan. Next slide. the approved utility plan, which we can talk about in further detail. Again, you guys, I'm assuming are well familiar with this, but happy to answer any questions on these. Next slide. And the approved landscape plan, primarily for the public parkways and street trees. Again, this proposal removes two oak trees, which are mitigated on site at a ratio of 3:1. So we're removing 2 oaks and replacing with 6. Otherwise, 10 other existing oaks on site are proposed and planned to remain. Next slide. I wanted to take a few minutes and go through the drainage conditions. This is something as Adam, we went through in detail with Adam and talked at length, Planning Commission and Council about. So the existing offsite flows causing flooding in the neighborhood are really coming from a 39-acre drainage area from our calculations. The 100-year storm is estimated to be 8.38 inches in 24 hours, and observed recent rainfall events in the last few years are essentially the equivalent of less than a 10-year storm. Next slide. So the 39-acre area drains essentially down to the site primarily onto 3838 Penn Place, the open concrete channel on the west side of that property. And let's go next slide. Historically, it would enter into a existing drainage inlet, which has been essentially silted over. And so all of that water from that area is coming and overtopping onto PEM. It can't remain within the underground stormwater conveyance pipe, and essentially just floods that entire low area. Let's go next slide. Next slide. It floods this entire low area, and really the only area that it can get location that it can get back in the pipe is at that inlet down at 3838 Conway Way. So as part of the project, we're going to remove that underground pipe. We're going to clean out underneath Penn Place, the pipe that's there, and that existing inlet. Next slide. And next, there we go. And reconnect that to, via underground 30-inch conveyance pipes to that existing inlet, so it can continue passing through the site and ultimately downstream. As a backup plan, we'll be installing 2 at-grade inlets so that if any water does come down Penn Place and cross over the site, it'll have the opportunity to pass over the property line and then enter those inlets and again, get it back into the pipe and continue downstream. In addition, there's some water that enters the site from the western side. So also we'll be installing a new inlet at that location at northwest corner of the property and routing that through the site so it continue on its way. Next slide. The city will maintain stormwater facilities within the public right-of-way and within public easements. There'll be a new easement for public stormwater facilities between lots 4 and 5. CC&Rs and Property Owners Association will ensure that maintenance of other common private stormwater facilities on the individual lots. And then the new residences will need to meet Tier 3 stormwater requirements on the individual lots for retention, detention, etc. Next slide. Just a little bit more information here. There's been some concerns with traffic circulation and pedestrian safety at Hope Avenue. So there'll be a right-of-way dedication and a reconfiguration of the sidewalk on Hope Avenue to get it away from the curb line. I believe the right-of-way dedication is about 7 or 8 feet. So that'll be further back from where the current property line is. We'll be removing the existing hedge and the impediments kind of right there along Penn Place. That'll help improve visibility. Cars will need to stop well before they need to encroach onto Penn to see around some other visibility issues. Kind of up hope from the site. Installation of a new stop sign, and then installation of some new overhead streetlights per the city's requirements. Next slide. So just in conclusion, I wanted to mention that the number of lots, the sizes, the configuration, all of that is consistent with the general plan and compatible with the pattern of development in the neighborhood. We're maintaining 10 existing mature oaks. The 2 that are removed are replaced with a 3-to-1 ratio. We're improving drainage and flooding issues due to the existing failed infrastructure, and it's very important for us to move that forward. We've talked about temporary fixes, but really those, we're hesitant to really move forward with those because they could have unintended consequences. I mean, we can try to fix that in the short term in coordination with the neighbors and with the Public Works Department, but really the real solution is to do the permanent fix as soon as possible. That's what we're interested in doing. Hope Avenue improvements will provide increased visibility and buffer pedestrians from cars. The design can be incorporated with future neighborhood developments, including the connecting it with the Penn Place to make a standard width public road. And there's no significant public scenic views of or from the hillside that will be impacted by the development. With that, thank you. And again, we're here to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tomasillo. Ms. Burkhart, did we get any public input?
Thank you, Chair Miller. If you are attending by webinar and would like to comment on this item, please raise your hand by clicking the hand icon on the GoToWebinar control panel. While we wait for hands, Ms. Fennessy, did we receive any written correspondence for this item?
Thank you, Ms. Burkhart. We received 11 public comment letters that were distributed to the board prior to this meeting. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I do have one hand. Let's see, I have a couple of hands raised. I would like to call on Chris Kirkbride first. I'm going to unmute you. Looks like you may be self-muted, Chris Kirkbride.
Yes. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
You have to speak whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Chris Kirkbride at 3830 Penn Place. And I'm sort of reeling from this latest proposal that has sort of grandfathered in this idea that our private road is going to be annexed to your new private for-profit venture. I can see the writing on the wall. You're going to make a safety issue out of our road and say this needs to be done because it's unsafe because of your poor planning now. I'm incensed that this is sort of the end game to your private venture. Our road stands alone. We were never really given any sort of real offer to join. It was an absurd thing to cost us maybe 30 grand a piece to join their product and give away our roadway. There was never really any viable offer given. So that's not something we passed on. You know, the hedge being removed, that's a possibility. We want things to be safe, but I don't understand how this can go along piecemeal, and then all of a sudden at the 11th hour, make it incumbent upon private residences to give away their private property for the betterment of the YOWs and RRM. Furthermore, I think the oak trees, especially the big one in front, how are you going to run a roadbed over that oak tree's root system and not kill it? I don't think it's possible. I have 3 oak trees on the property line also, and I expect them to live as well. I think this is dirty dealing, and I'm ticked off. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, I would like to call on Matthew McDermott. Let's see, I'm going to unmute you. Your mic is
Yes,
live.
hello.
It's to speak whenever you're ready.
Yeah, I want to support what Chris said. The Penn Place residents, as far as I understand, I grew up at 3836 Penn Place. My mother still lives there, and you know, we have been held that as a private road for, you know, as long as I've known, since the 1970s, and had no need to be annexed by the city or made a regular road. It seems like they are, RRM has proposed that somehow we are going to join their road, and we have in no way given our consent to that, nor have we received any type of proposal that feels good to us. Secondly, I do support Tony's initial proposal regarding the drainage on Penn Place. I do feel like that's been an outstanding issue. I sent an email to the board regarding the Santa Barbara County fire hydrant testing, which flooded Penn Place. He showed some good pictures as to why that would be the case. We're not talking about any 100-year storms here. We're talking about a fire hydrant test, and it flooded almost all of Penn Place, as you'll see in my email. And I really want to make sure whatever does happen, that there is a flood plan, a drainage plan, both for Penn Place and for Connie Way. I didn't hear anything about the Connie Way flooding issue, and I'd like to ensure that that's addressed as well.
All right, thank you. Next, I would like to call on Brian Costa. I'm going to unmute you. I'm going to send you. Oh, perfect. Great, you have 2 minutes to speak whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Brian Costa. I'm a homeowner on Connie Way. First, Mr. Chair and board members, I wanted to apologize for providing you all with a lot of information over the last several months. As a community, we've never gone through this process before, and so we're really doing our best to ask questions and describe our concerns based on the facts. Since this project showed up, our group of concerned citizens has grown to over 40 individuals from 8 different nearby streets. And even without homes, our community obviously still has questions and concerns about this design. And we really do appreciate the city staff being on the call today. If possible, would RM and the city staff please address the following questions? 1, what does the lighting plan look like? We still haven't received that, even though it's been requested twice. 2, since there's no on-street parking, where will maintenance and delivery trucks as well as overflow cars park? 3, the neighbors and superintendent of the Hope School District are still concerned that this design will create unsafe traffic conditions for kids walking in Monte Vista. And I submitted a photo of what school drop-off and pickup looks like, just to give the board a better sense of the situation. And I'd like to hear more from the city staff about what they suggest to mitigate that situation. And then 4, as mentioned, new information has been discovered suggesting that the stormwater runoff design is inadequate. And there's also confusion about whether the city or the YALs are responsible for that stormwater infrastructure. And so the neighbors really do appreciate Mr. Hendel being here today, and we will look forward to working with him and others at the engineering department to answer that question. However, given that we still have unresolved concerns and questions, we still urge the board to deny this design, and really to prevent these design problems from becoming permanent. Our community is obviously very passionate about preserving the character of the Hope District, and we'll continue to push for the best solutions possible. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next, I would like to call on Nikki Costa. I'm going to unmute you. Your mic is live. You have 2 minutes to speak whenever you're ready. Nikki Costa, your mic is live. You have 2 minutes to speak whenever you're ready.
Oh, wonderful. Sorry about that. Good afternoon. My name is Nikki Costa, and I'm a homeowner on Connie Way. I'm speaking to follow up on our public comments. We appreciate SFDB's efforts to address the comments from the community, including having representatives from Public Works and the Attorney's Office. We have asked SFDB how this new approach will affect the approval process for future homes and would greatly appreciate it if you could answer today during the hearing. Specifically, can you please tell us if each home will return individually, including the single-story homes? We simply want to know what to expect moving forward. We would like the opportunity to work with the YOWs and RRM to find a design solution, including homes. We're concerned that approving the submission today will create a disjointed process, require more time and energy from the SFDB, and delay addressing the problems inherent with the design. To the board members and SFDB staff, we understand that there has been a large amount of correspondence. Thank you for not sending us to your spam filter, and thank you again for your time and patience.
All right, thank you. Next, I would like to call on Mike Martoni. I'm going to unmute you. I'll send you an unmute request. Great, your mic is live. You have 2 minutes to speak whenever you're ready.
Okay. Good afternoon, board members. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. Yeah, okay. My name is Mike Martini. I live adjacent to the development. And I'm speaking one more time. I've spoken at all the past meetings to express my continued concerns about the project. Until recently, most of the priorities were the mass and heights, as well as loss of view and privacy. And now that the homes were temporarily dropped, I'm afraid some of the other issues will be overlooked. I believe they were dropped at this time in part to alleviate the large amount of pushback that they're getting from the neighborhood. And I know that doesn't prevent them from reintroducing those same plans in the future, and it would make it easier for them to confront each of us individually versus as a group. If the developer is truly dropping the housing elements, I would ask that they kindly remove the story poles as an act of good faith. The other problems have been mentioned by some of my neighbors are also the parking issue, congestion on Hope, the safety issues of the school, and the impact that the road and sidewalks are going to have on the oak tree that's been there forever. The drainage issue is something else that concerns me because while the major problem involves the lower lots, I've also gotten flooded. It doesn't seem at the top of the street, but I've mentioned this countless times over the past 2 years, and yet there's no mention or notes in the drainage plans to address my issue. This doesn't give me a lot. In the past, my property's flooding issue was bounced back and forth between the county and city with no solution. Now that the city has annexed the property, there should be no confusion as to who is responsible going forward. Either the developer or the city will have to be held liable in the future. I hope it doesn't come to that, but and I realize most of these issues have been covered by the city, but I hope you might reconsider to either deny or resend back to the Planning Commission. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I would like to call on Matthew Schreibner at this time. Let's see, I'm going to send you an audio pin that you'll need to enter in order to speak. Matthew Schreibner, I'm going to resend that audio pin. You need to enter it in order to unmute. I'm not getting any response from Matthew Schreibner. Let me try one more time. Okay, I'm gonna unmute you. Matthew Schreibner, I'm having a hard time getting your audio. Okay, it looks like your mic is live. You have 2 minutes to speak whenever you're ready. Matthew Schreibner, your mic is live. You have 2 minutes to speak.
I live at 3830 Connie Way, which is the house flooded when we get these storms. And I've lived here about 11 years. The property is flooded at least 3 times and nearly flooded my house. So the silver lining for this whole development really is to have that drainage problem addressed. I do have concerns, and Adam Hendel is generously decided to come take a look at the site next week. So I don't want to spend a whole lot of time on the drainage, other than there does need to be some accountability if the property continues to flood, and there is confusion as to whether the city is going to be responsible or the homeowner is going to be responsible in 691 Hope Avenue if the flooding continues. With that said, regarding the neighborhood and the road, having this subdivision put in should enhance the property values of everybody in the neighborhood and should also improve safety and reduce risk. But this road is designed to, I've never seen an intersection like this. And I'm 54, I'm no young kid. I've never seen an intersection like this, and it's going to cause confusion with everybody that comes across it on a daily basis. And then we're going to be asking our kids, my kids have been walking to Monte Vista since they were in kindergarten and first grade. I would not be comfortable at all with them walking down Hope with this type of design. Cars coming out of that road at the same time, cars coming into both roads at the same time, trying to negotiate that is just going to create an enormous amount of confusion. And in addition to that, I have great concern as well about the parking, the lack of parking or the non-existent parking that's going to be on that road. And with the justification that it's going to merge with PEM at some place, which clearly the owners there do not intend to allow that merger to happen. So I do ask that this subdivision as planned not get approved at this point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. At this time, I would like to call on Dan Shea. I'm going to unmute you and send you an unmute request. All right, your mic is live. You have 2 minutes to speak.
Okay, well, thank you, board. Yeah, I want to just piggyback on what Matt just said about the stormwater runoff. I personally have seen 3 storms in the last 3 years that have overflowed that 30-inch drain that everything is going to be draining into from that lot. It just wouldn't keep up, even with a dirt lot. It couldn't handle it. And I saw personally 3 storms that did this. So I don't know where you guys are getting this hydrology report, but when you see water trying to go into a drain and it can't go in a drain, I mean, that's kind of ridiculous. So anyway, the whole storm system really needs to be relooked at. I mean, it just seems like it's kind of being pushed along. I've been following this whole thing since the first meeting, and I haven't really heard that all addressed very well, for sure. The other thing is that I never really heard addressed is the parking situation. I've talked to all our neighbors around here, and they said, no, that there is no streets around here with no parking. How did that get through? A 20-foot street with no parking. The only benefit I see is it makes the lots bigger, but it sure doesn't make our neighborhood any better, and it's not consistent or compatible with our neighborhood whatsoever. I know you guys kind of like, I probably do more in like the building and looking at the buildings and things like that, but I would urge you, if you would, just send it back to the city engineers as well as the planning commission to just take another look. I mean, this has been going for a long time, and I just think it's gonna not work.
Right, thank you. There are no further hands raised, so Chair Miller, I'll hand it back to you for questions.
All right, I'd like to bring it back to the board for questions and go down the list. Board Member Colas, do you have any questions, please?
Sometimes I like being first, but sometimes I don't. I think just for my edification, and maybe it would help some of the opponents that have spoken, I just want to summarize and make sure that I'm understanding what we have before us here. What I understand, and I guess I'm asking both the applicants and city staff to confirm for me what I'm going to memorialize or list. So those are my questions really, but I'm going to state them in the form of a statement. So as I understand it, each one of these lots will be required to conform to a Tier 3 water management requirement. That means they're going to have some retention on site. I think that's the blue line that's hatched, the sort of lapis blue line that we're looking at right now. So the intent there is for there to be water that finds its way back into the subsurface through a retention or a bioswale system on the lots in that blue hatched lapis color area. Is that correct? That's my first question. And that each one of the lots is required to conform to a Tier 3 stormwater management plan. Is that correct?
This is Tony Tomasello with RRM. The water that would fall within the new public road, yes, would travel down to the southern portion of the cul-de-sac, where it would enter into essentially a underground storage basin beneath the sidewalk before it could enter into the stormwater conveyance pipes that are down there as well.
Okay. And so that's the area that you have hatched in the sort of aqua color. Is that correct? That's the area that watershed would be. That's the watershed articulated with that aqua hatch. Is that right?
That's correct, because public right-of-way also needs to meet Tier 3 standards in and of itself, separately from the lots.
Okay. Then the lapis blue hatched areas is the area of the bioswale. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
What that's showing is the easement.
That's the easement for the bioswale?
For the drainage easement.
Okay, so that coincides with the bioswale itself.
Correct.
Okay. The other question that I want to, so is Mr. Hendel still here? So I'm going to ask these questions because I want to hear yes from both parties. I think it's important that the opponents of the project hear affirmation from both parties. So I just want to make sure, Mr. Hendel, that what Mr. Tomasello just affirmed is congruent with your understanding of the design and requirements for the project, for the subdivision.
Yeah, so just to, what Mr. Tomasello said was correct. To elaborate a little bit more, what the Single Family Design Board is looking at right now is our subdivision improvements, and the homes that come in the future, they're gonna have some site-specific designs, which will require the tier 3 stormwater for each individual lot. But this whole subdivision project has to also meet stormwater requirements. And so if they build this project with building the public road and building all of the lots and grading them, there's going to need to be drainage swales, as you mentioned, board member, that would be in the rear of these properties that would lead their way to the storm drain between lots 4 and 5. And so the phased approach of compliance with the stormwater is due to as the project evolves with each individual lots. But to answer your question, what Mr. Tomasello said was correct.
Okay, so that's an important point of clarification. So the overall subdivision that we're looking at in front of us is subject to tier 3, and it's been designed for that. But if or as we see each lot come before us and or as staff takes those in, if we do not see them, each individual development will also be required to tier 3 to conform to tier 3 standards.
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much. That's helpful. Okay, the second question that I have that again, I want everybody who's listening to understand this, is that the existing 30-inch line that runs, as I understand it, effectively under Penn Place and the new public road, that 30-inch line, is that being replaced? I understand that it will be cleaned out and or that the inlet may be changing, but is the 30-inch line itself going to be cleaned out? Can someone, or replaced?
Mr. Tomasello is welcome to chime in here as well, but what Mr. Tomasello showed on the figures is accurate, that just on the north side of Penn Place, there's a clogged inlet.
Okay.
I don't know of its condition. I don't believe RRM does either. But when this project is done, certainly the storm drain underneath Penn Place would be cleaned out, and then it'll be an all new storm drain system through the subject development.
Okay, and my understanding, and I'm stating this for the record, and I'm looking for an affirmation, is that the areas in public way are the requirement of the city of Santa Barbara to maintain clear and free flowing, and that the areas that run across the private property become the responsibility of the HOA to maintain. Is that correct?
Correct.
Mr. Tomasello, do you agree with that?
Yes, I do. That's correct.
Okay. I have a question as to, so if this were to get approved by our board today, I would like to know if there are constraints or limitations on when the work related to stormwater management for the subdivision itself can take place. In other words, can that work begin, for example, in November or December? Can it start in the middle of January or February? Are there exclusions related to the time of year and our weather patterns that would preempt work from beginning at a certain time because it could cause problems with flooding? In other words, we don't want this taken apart during winter months if we get a big winter, right? So can somebody please let me know whether there are limitations or conditions placed on the subdivision itself relative to that?
I can speak to just our general timing, and then maybe Adam can chime in about the conditions. I do believe that there are requirements for not starting that work during the rainy season. But just in general, so we would still, once this is approved or at this board, we still need to go through construction documents and permits through the Public Works Department. So these are preliminary grading, utility, landscape plans, and all of those will be developed to an extremely high level of detail. As you all are aware, that would go through the plan check process and are very closely scrutinized for all of the various requirements that we have to comply with. So that in and of itself, if we were to start on that today, is likely to not occur until after the rainy season, well after the rainy season, I would imagine, next year before we could actually start that construction.
Okay, so that's good to know from a general timing standpoint. Mr. Hendel, can you speak to whether there's a condition related to that from the city's standpoint?
Sure. I was just trying to locate the Planning Commission conditions of approval because I believe we have talked about this in the past to see if there was something specifically related to this. I believe the biggest concern is the 30-inch storm drain system that is currently silted in, and some requirements in there as to a plan that needed to be submitted to the city's review. And it looks like somebody has the conditions of approval up. Let's flip through them and see if we can find a condition about that. It would likely be somewhere under the engineering section.
I'm used to seeing conditions of that sort related to grading typically. Typically, grading is not allowed to commence at a certain period during the year. I don't know if that's where you would find it.
Let's try the next page here. And next slide, or next page. I'm pretty sure there's some discussion in here somewhere, but I'll need to locate it to answer your specific question on that.
Okay, if there's an opportunity to get clarification in this meeting on that, I think it would be helpful for all involved.
Yeah.
And then I guess my last question is for Transportation Department. Or it's, oh, here we go.
Leslie, looks like they found it.
Okay. Great. Very helpful. Thank you. And then the last question I have is related to transportation. Well, actually I have two items. I apologize. I'm looking at my notes here. So there have been comments by the opponents of the project or the public speakers in regards to, I heard something today that was tantamount to, well, they're just assuming that they can use part of our road for part of this project. And so I would like to understand more about that. Perhaps Ms. Grant could speak to that. And then my last question is whether there is any street or public improvement lighting proposed as part of the subdivision in front of us.
Yes, hi, this is Jessica Grant, Supervising Transportation Planner with the City of Santa Barbara. Chair Miller and Board Member Colossi. For Mr. Bolton, who's running the slides, if you could go back to the aerial image that you were just on. Thank you. So right now, of how it's designed, there as part of the subdivision requirements that were also discussed at length for the Planning Commission for these topic areas, but the public road will operate separately from the Penn Place Road. It doesn't preclude it in the future that those roads could maybe join if there was a future annexation, but there is not at this time. That was not part of the proposal, and so they'll operate independently. This is sort of common to just two driveways adjacent to each other. As far as during the planning review for this, we looked at siting the driveway either on the northern, the property end versus the southern. And it was ideal to have it on the northern end there's really good visibility of both of these, I'm calling them driveways, but these private and public roads from a visibility standpoint. There was more of a concern if this public road was sited on the southern end of the property because there would have been more conflicts with the Hope Terrace Street because that's an offset where we would see some conflicts. So again, we felt that was cited appropriately. And then for safe routes to school, some of the questions for that, again, for the the public improvements required for this project, not only for sidewalk adjacent to the new parcels coming in, but on Hope, there would be a widened sidewalk and buffered by a parkway. You could see in the aerial to the top right corner is an existing crosswalk to Monroe Elementary School. And again, from a traffic generation standpoint, this is, we look at if there's, if a project would independently increase more than 1% of an already impacted or future impacted intersection in our city. And this was well below the numbers of concern for that.
Okay, thank you.
Did I address did I get all those questions?
I think you did, Ms. Grant. Thank you very much. I have one follow-up question then for the applicant, for Mr. Tomasello, who looks like he was going to chime in anyhow. Is there, I think I've seen that maybe there's a hedge that's being removed that maybe sits along Penn Place right now or something. What is the demarcation, or how are we going to know where the public road edge ends and Penn Place? I'm interested to know how that's demarcated, because the concern of the public speakers related to, and this is not going to be a deft use of the English language here, but I'll say it anyhow, the taking of their private road. That's obviously a concern of theirs. And so I'd like to know how we're going to, or how the applicant is proposing to ensure that there's a demarcation there in perpetuity until or if an agreement is come to between the city and the owners along Penn Place.
Sure. I believe it was shown on our landscape plan, just a note, but we would have a fence along the property line, essentially. And, with respect to the visibility, that fence will need to drop down to no more than 3.5 feet from the new property line after dedication as it approaches Hope.
Okay, so what I'm seeing here is end of 6 foot tall privacy fencing, begin 3 foot tall fencing. That's confusing to me.
Right,
Can
so
you point to me the correct, maybe I'm looking at the wrong note there, Mr. Tomasello.
So 6 foot tall privacy fencing along that area, along the new road, along the property line. And then as that fence approaches Hope Avenue, there's requirements for visibility triangles. I'm not sure if you're familiar with those, but for 10 feet before the edge of property line, that there can be nothing, whether it's landscaping, fencing or other type of obstruction more than 3.5 feet tall. And that's what gives you that visibility that is required as you approach an intersection so that you can see out and around.
Okay.
The other thing I just wanted to mention, just going back to your other question about the conditions, it was condition G1 requires that the construction of the 30-inch storm drain relocation be limited to the dry season, and the bypass plan of limited duration shall be approved by Public Works Department prior to start of construction.
Great. Thank you very much. So my last question is whether there's any lighting that's associated with the subdivision that's before us today for approval, and if so, whether we have plans illustrating that.
Nothing proposed at this time. This was a condition of approval that is required, and I'm sure it's mentioned in here, but the city has city standard street lights that they require on all of their public right-of-ways. So as part of our project, in our improvement plans that we submit for plan check, we'll need to show those, and they'll have to meet the city's standards for the type of street light, the spacing, all of that.
Okay. I have one last question, and this is for Mr. Hendel. I'm going to try to get you off the hot seat after this one, Mr. Hendel. The last question I have is just confirming that the 30-inch line that we've been discussing that the city will be maintaining for the most part, that has been back checked for sizing for a 100-year flood event. Is that correct?
I'll need to check the hydraulic report regarding the 100-year standard, but it was designed for the required subdivision standard.
Okay, so if you could provide clarification on that, maybe if you could take a look at that while the next board member is asking their questions and then report back to the board, that would be helpful, because my understanding that that's supposed to be an adequate size for a 100-year flood event. I think it would be helpful to know if that in fact is the case.
I will check that.
Thank you. That's it for my time, Mr. Miller. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Excellent questions. Board member Iraq Killian, do you have any questions?
Yes, I'm on sheet L1. Is the wood fence going to only go along the north side of the property? Just want a confirmation it's not going on the west and the south.
We would have new fencing along the west and south sides as well. At this point, we would assume wood, but if the board prefers a different material for that perimeter fencing, we're happy to commission the project as such.
And I was looking at the detail on sheet L1 for the fencing. It's there's no openings. It's total privacy, right? Just want to confirm.
Yes, that's correct. Privacy fencing.
Okay. Another question I had was around the parking. Sorry if this has already been discussed. So on the proposed public road, there will be there won't be any parking on that road. Is that correct?
That's correct. There won't be public parking on the new road.
So I understand that the site-specific developments are still need to be designed. Is there any? I understand there's minimum parking requirements, but is there any plans to go beyond the minimum for additional parking since there's no parking on the public road?
We had shown some exhibits showing, you know, it's not something that I really want to get to because the residences aren't really, they're not part of this proposal actually, so I'd prefer not to discuss that.
Okay. So we can't, it's not really, I just wanted to ask the board or staff that we can't really talk about those since I understand that it's kind of like we're talking about the subdivision here and then the developments in a future meeting, but I just, it kind of impacts the discussion about the parking on the public road. So I'm just trying to wrap my head around where parking for guests will be, if that's all that's going to be on Hope Avenue.
I will add something to that question. Typically, the homes will be set back 20 feet from the property line, meaning that the garages will be set back. And in the previous designs that we showed, there'll be the ability to park a couple of cars in front of the garages. That's pretty typical for this type of subdivision. So each of the homes would have the 2 parking spaces within the garage minimum, and then the ability to park a couple of cars in the driveway in front of the garage. And we've indicated that in letters to the.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted that confirmation. I'm thinking now a few in front of the garage. Okay. And board member Kalas answered some of my other questions, so that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Board member Watisha, do you have questions, please? No?
No. I'm sorry, but I need to ask this question again. The new project is proposing 3 drains to drain the drainage, collected drainage off the road onto the existing storm drain that I'm looking at right now. And if we change to the drainage plan, we would see those 3 drains there. Okay, we're looking at 1 to the west end, and then we're looking at 2 right above where the existing drain is. There's been a lot of talking about this project, but who is responsible, since Pim Place has adamantly saying that their property is not going to be touched, and it's not part of the city responsibility to clean that drain. And the drain we're looking at, which is a picture of it, which looks like it's pretty well plugged up, and that's the reason why Penn Place is in sore need of some drainage right now, is the city and the new development and Penn Place going to, and this is probably for Mr. Handel or the city to decide, who is cleaning out the drain across or underneath Penn Place? Who is responsible for it? Because if it's not cleaned out, they're going to have the same problem on their street. And the developer's street will drain because they put in 3 drains right there to drain their mess, or their water, not their mess, their water that accumulates on their new street. Nobody on Penn Place is taking responsibility in verbal that I've heard about for their private street and their private clogged up 30-inch, 100-year drain. Can somebody answer that for me? Or we just talked ourselves into a little know nothing of an answer? Leslie, could you push this as far as I think you pushed it, but we did nothing but talk. Nobody's.
Okay, so I think we need to get clarification. I'm going to say between the white and the black boxes on the sheet. The black boxes are the new drains. The white box that's showing north on the page is the existing one that is plugged up.
Correct.
So the question that you're asking, I think, Mr. Motisha, is who's going to clean out the white drain that's north on the page and make sure that from there down to the new public street or the new boxes is cleaned out? Is that your question?
Yes, and keeps it cleaned out. Who's
Okay.
responsible?
So,
Nobody's.
has that been addressed in the conditions? Can you both speak to that, Mr. Tomasello and Hendel?
Let me ask Mr. Tomasello a question to see if he has spoken specifically with 3836 Penn Place about this issue.
This is a conversation that I had with Joni Sullivan. I don't think I've specifically spoken with her son, who's often representing her. But essentially, yes, it will be the project's responsibility to clean out that drain, clean out the pipe that goes beneath Penn Place, and then we'll be essentially cutting it at the property line, reconnecting it to a new pipe from there. In terms of long-term maintenance, that's why, as I mentioned, we've got sort of our backup plan, where if that were to clog up, or if there's water coming from elsewhere down Penn Place, we have the at-grade drainage inlets that you see there, the two that are right next to each other, the black ones. And the circle is a manhole, so that if we need to access those pipes because of any issues, we're giving ourselves the opportunity to do so, to maintain that.
You've still, sorry, too many words. You still ignored the white existing drain. Who's going to keep it clean?
Board member Motisha, by fact that it's on the property of 3836 Penn Place, and it's not 3836 Penn Place, and it's not a city storm drain system, that would be the responsibility of 3836 Penn Place.
And that's putting right back where we are. We haven't done anything other than proposed subdivision, some drainage on their right back. Pretty soon, somebody's going to forget to clean that out, 3836, and they're going to have the flood, and they're going to wonder why they have a flood. This is stupid. This is ignorant.
Hold on, save yourself for comment.
There's a difference between ignorance and stupid, and this is stupid. This is not ignorant.
Mr. Motisha, please.
Go ahead. Continue, Mr. Miller.
Okay, thank you.
So just to clarify, if I can summarize, so what I heard was that initially that inlet that is filled with silt and the 30-inch line that runs under Penn Place will be cleaned out by the applicant or the project. That is what I heard. There was no commitment to maintain it, but there was a commitment to take care of that as part of the initial development.
And it was clean when it was put in new, and look at it now.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just trying to get clarity, Mr. Motisha.
Okay, that's fine. Clarity is talk. Clarity is.
Well, the thing is, I think we also have to be aware, and that's why I was asking for legal representation here. And I think I would like to hear from the city attorney as to the legal requirements here in terms of maintaining these storm drains. Because there's an assertion here that, and it's a valid one, that Mr. Motisha is saying that the adding the new storm drain, the new developers are not responsible for maintaining the existing drain, and that might be a legal precedent. So is there someone who can speak on behalf of that? Hi, hello, Ms. Ostrander. And you're muted.
Of course I am. It's good to see you both, Chair Miller and Commissioners. The city has no legal responsibility to maintain private sewer drains. We maintain our own public waterways, and so that's what we will be doing. As Vice Chair Kalas summarized, the project applicant does propose to clear that out, and then because it's a private system, it's not part of what the city will maintain, and it's on private property.
Okay, if you don't mind, I'd like to follow up. Where does that existing drain now?
And that's not a question I could answer.
Chair,
Okay.
Chair,
That's fine, right there.
Chair Miller, because it's clogged with sediment, it floods the open land, and then it
Yeah.
goes into the inlet on the northerly side of 3830 County Way.
But originally, that pipe looks like it went through that property and drained out on Connie Way. Was that?
Yeah, we don't. I haven't been able to locate any records from
Okay.
the storm drain underneath the property, but it's my understanding that likely that was its original purpose.
Okay, got it. All right, thank you. Okay, so I'm going to move on. Mr. Motisha, do you have any other questions? No. Okay.
Thank you.
Board Member Ziegler, do you have any questions?
Yeah, I guess I have one. I'm listening to all of this, and I'm wondering how much of it is really relevant to the single family design board. It seems to me a lot of it's legal, it's city, and it shouldn't be something we'd have to get concerned with.
Or that we have purview of it is what you're actually.
That's correct.
Yeah, so Ms. Ostrander or anyone else on city, can you clarify exactly what our purview is here regarding that?
Chair Miller, Board Member Ziegler, yes, I think staff is here and trying to respond to your comments that are arising, questions that are arising from the comments of neighboring residents. But the subdivision map, the tentative map with all of these improvements has already been approved. So your role is very limited today, and I think Ms. Kennedy or whoever's manning the slides could put up the findings that are being made. They're generally specific to the grading with respect to subdivisions. And then I think Ms. Kennedy can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it also deals with the landscaping, the trees.
Well, we spent an hour on this, and I think a lot of it is more above our head and not relevant to us.
Ms. Kinney, can
Chair,
you comment?
Chair
on that,
Miller, yes, I just wanted to confirm what City Attorney said about that, and it would be helpful to show the findings when it's appropriate, and that will help you determine what your purview is in that regard.
Well, so to follow up, Board Member Ziegler, I guess my questions are, is it legally possible that when they create their HOA for this subdivision, that in the CC and Rs, they can include in that something where they maintain that drain? Is that legally possible?
And not on Penn Place. It's private property.
Stringer, is that correct?
Chair Miller, because it would require most likely an agreement between Penn Place and the other new subdivision owners. So legally, yes, I suppose they could do, to your question, they could put something in the HOA, but it would only necessarily be effective if they had the buy-in from other property owners.
All right, thank you.
You're
All right, so we need to move on here, please. So, because we got a couple more projects ahead of us. Board Member Kalas, do you have comments, please?
No, I really don't have any comments. I think that with the exception of the maintenance of the one inlet that we're talking about. I feel like things have been reviewed and addressed by staff. I feel better about the clarity that's been provided today. Those are my only comments.
All right, thank you. Board Member Arakalian, do you have any comments, please?
No comments.
Thank you. Board Member Motisha, do you have comments, please?
Place did not include half their road and half of the developer's road and come out with one road, and we could have solved all these problems and everybody would have come out on top, and probably the developers would have paid for the road that was needed and not burden the owners of Penn Place with that money. That's all my only comment.
I apologize, Mr. Motisha. I missed the very first part of what you said. Could you say that again? It went out.
I think it's a shame that the owners of Penn Place did not allow, or did not, they weren't approached, did not come forward with the proposal to use half of their road and half of the property on new development to put one road in there, solve a whole bunch of problems of drainage, of soil movement, of a little bit of everything. Stop signs, safety. Yeah, but it is what it is now, and that's what it's going to be. That's my comment.
All right, thank you. Board Member Ziegler, do you have any comments, please?
I agree with what Mr. Motisha just said. That's about it.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, this is tricky. Definitely there's a lot of passion involved with the neighbors. Most of the passion is something beyond our purview. I have a couple remaining questions. When this went before the Planning Commission and where all these approvals were done, was the public notified at that time? Can someone on city staff answer that?
Yes, Chair Miller, yes, as required, public notices were sent out before the Planning Commission hearing, and actually we discussed drainage a lot and traffic and circulation and all those issues at the hearing, both the concept review Planning Commission hearing and the hearing where this was approved as well.
So just to follow up, because we've been getting a mountain of comments, and a lot of the comments from the neighbors was that they didn't know this was happening. So what is the procedure when you notify the neighbors when they go before the Planning Commission? Is there a time period, or do you mail out mailers to the adjoining homes? How is that done?
So for Planning Commission hearings, there is a 10-day notice sent out to all property owners and occupants within 300 feet of the property. So that was sent out both for the Planning Commission concept review hearing and then the second Planning Commission hearing that was when they approved the project. Also, notices were sent out for the City Council meetings as well. Okay. And at least the first Single Family Design Board meeting that you had a while ago, and then of course this one recently. So there have been numerous notices sent out for this project.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, with that being said, I think we need to entertain a motion. Who would be inclined to do that? They're here for design approval. Where are my notes? I lost my note.
Prior to making a motion, would it be possible for us to review the findings that are required?
Yes, that's a good comment. Yes. So this is actually good because then you can really review, do we agree with these findings? Whoever entertains the motion.
These are the grading findings, and then the other ones are just the standard neighborhood preservation findings. Is that correct?
Yes, that's what it appears to be, yes.
Okay.
Yes, that's correct. And as Ms. Kennedy stated earlier, not all of the neighborhood preservation findings may apply to this project without any structures being proposed at this time.
Well, as unpopular as it may be, I will make a motion.
Very good.
I'm going to make a motion that we give approval to the subdivision only for this project. With two, I'll call it suggestions. One is that we would encourage an agreement be reached between the owners of Penn Place and the applicants in regards to the maintenance of the 30-inch line that runs under Penn Place and the associated inlet that is at 38. Somebody needs to remind me of the address.
3838. That's what's listed on the drawing.
I think it was 3836 is what I heard the applicant say. 3836 Penn Place. Thank you, Joe.
It's right there, 3838.
Okay.
Yeah, but the city staff person said 3836, so.
It's adjacent, I
Yeah.
believe. I'll say let's say it's the inlet that sits effectively between 3836 and 3838 Penn Place. The other suggestion is that transportation and the applicant look at the distance back from Hope Avenue to the beginning of the 6-foot fence and consider whether it would be prudent to reduce that height for a further distance to increase visibility for pedestrians. That is my motion.
Could I add something?
Vice Chair Colas, you do need to make all the required findings as part of your motion as well.
Yep. Okay, so Mr. Ziegler, let me entertain what your additional comment is, and then we'll get to findings, please.
I don't know if it's relevant, but on Hope Road or Hope Street, whatever it is, to have a left turn lane into our street.
Can you say that again, please?
So you add a left turn lane on Hope into our street.
When you
No.
say our street, you're meaning into a
Tram,
new,
whatever it's called, 36, you know,
into
Hope
the new
Ranch.
development.
Yeah, I think we need a left turn lane up here on Hope. Where is it? Hope Avenue into our
Okay.
street.
So before, Leslie, before you comment, can I get legal clarification? Is that our purview?
I don't know.
Well, that's why Ms. Ostranger is our purview.
Chair Miller and board members, no, that actually goes into a traffic safety issue that we would have to consider. So I appreciate the suggestion, and perhaps our traffic engineer might look at that in the future, but that's not within your purview at this time.
All right, thank you.
Would that be the
We're
case
talking
then, Ms.
about safety in
Ostringer,
our
for the
lane.
comment?
That's what I
Hold on,
told you.
one, okay. Mr. Ziegler, what did you want to say?
I just said we've been talking a lot about traffic here in that intersection, and I thought that would be relevant. That's all.
No, that's great, thank you.
So my question for Ms. Ostringer is based on the comment that you just made or the clarification regarding purview. Would my prior comment in regards to the distance back for the height of that fence also be moot for this board?
Chair Miller and Vice Chair Kalas, I think the way that you framed it, it's appropriate. It's just a suggestion.
Okay, thank you. Okay,
Okay.
so now for the findings, please, Ms. Barbara, Ms. Burkhart? Okay. So the board finds that the proposed grading will not significantly increase siltation in or decrease the water quality of streams, drainages, or water storage facilities to which the property drains. And the proposed grading will not cause a substantial loss of southern oak woodland habitat. I make that finding specific, the board makes that finding specifically because of the replacement of oaks that is proposed for the two that are being lost. In regards to neighborhood preservation findings, many of these are not applicable because we're not talking about edifices, we're not talking about buildings. But I do believe that the board would agree that the size and configuration of the lots are compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. And so we would make the neighborhood preservation finding necessary for the subdivision. There are trees being removed, but those are being replaced in, I believe it was a 3-to-1 ratio. So we're okay with the tree findings that need to be made. And based on the information that we've received from staff and the applicant, we believe that there is no concern about health, safety, and welfare for the public. The applicant has engaged with the neighbors in an attempt to address privacy issues. And there are no publicly protected views that are relevant, as I understand them, for this subdivision. That completes my motion.
Thank
You
you.
want to mention parking?
No, I do not.
Okay.
All right. Before we make a roll call, did you want to say something, Mr. Tomasello?
Yes, thank you, Chair Miller. Board Member Colassa, I just wanted to speak to the additional comment that you had about, some type of agreement with the Penn Place neighbors for maintenance of that inlet. When we were originally going through this and discussing the pros and cons of annexing to the city, that was discussed. Essentially, that inlet would be then owned and maintained by the city, including we would construct it and it would be owned and maintained by the city. The project would have also constructed, the new road in and of itself. That was ultimately not determined that was a benefit for them. They wanted to remain private. That is a shared private road. All of the owners of Penn Place own that inlet and that stretch of pipe. So requiring the project to, or encouraging the project to enter into agreement, I think we have issues with, because that we believe that those owners should form some type of property association and begin maintaining that infrastructure.
I note your disagreement. That was not a requirement. I believe it was an encouragement, and so I will let my comments stand.
All right, thank you. Ms. Burkhart, did you have something you needed to say?
I just wanted to double check that we had a second. I might have missed it.
We haven't gotten one yet.
Okay.
Do we have a
Can we do-
second? I believe Board Member Motisha said yes.
There I am. I keep getting muted by Barbara. You keep muting me and I can't butt in. I'm second.
You're a bad boy. Okay, we got a second. May I have a roll call, please?
Hang on, Jennifer.
Thank you. I will now start the roll call vote. Vice Chair Kalas,
Yes.
Board Member Arkalian,
Yes.
Board Member Motisha,
Yes.
Board Member Ziegler,
Yes.
and Chair Miller.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much, board. Okay, it is now 5:47. Oh, and there's a 10-day appeal period for this project. So may I suggest we take a 5-minute break because my bladder is ready to
Yep,
take a
I agree
protest.
with that.
I'd
All right.
like to thank staff and legal for attending in support of the last project and in support of our questions before we break. Thank you.
Very good, I agree. Thank you very much. So let's take a 5-minute break and get back at 10:03 or 5:53. reconvene the Single Family Design Board. Our next project is item number 4, or excuse me, no, it's not. Is it? It's item number 3, 1509 Shoreline Drive. This is a new item. This is a one-time concept review. Request for a one-time pre-application consultation for the demolition of an existing 3,150 square foot single-story residence and 431 square foot attached garage and a portion of an existing bluff accessory structure and a proposed new 3,717 square foot two-story residence with 1,971 square foot basement, a 419 square foot attached garage, 640 square foot detached garage, and 4 uncovered parking spaces are proposed to be located within the front yard. A zoning modification is required to allow the total aggregate floor area of the garages to exceed 750 square feet. The project requires a coastal development permit if a formal application is submitted. The proposed total of 4,776 square feet of development on a 29,185 square foot lot is 100% of the maximum guideline Florida lot area ratio. These are comments only. This is a one-time pre-application consultation. No final appealable action will take place at this hearing. Do we have someone representing this project, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair Miller. We do have applicants here ready to present their project. Before they get started, I just wanted to reiterate that this project is here for comments only. I'm really looking for you to focus your review on the demolition and construction of a new 2-story residence. And we also have the development review supervisor, Allison DeBusk, here for questions should they come up. And with that, I will hand it over to the applicants, who I believe, Mr. Gorin.
Hi, it's Tom Oxner, the architect, is going to be the primary presenter on this.
Okay, okay, great.
Oh, yes.
Mr. Osh.
Good afternoon,
ahead
Chair
with-
Miller and board. Can everyone hear me all right?
Yes, thank you.
Let me give you a general overview of the property. This is a 29,000 square foot bluffside property on Shoreline. It's the current development on it is a pool, as you can see. Yes, that's great. A pool is up against Shoreline. The driveway comes into a parking area. There's a 1-story house that sits up rather into the existing bluff setback. And then there's what has been deemed a glorietta, which is an existing non-conforming structure that has been cut into the hillside some time ago. And there's a bit of a history on that. And I'll go over the new owners want to actually dismantle it, but we'll get into that detail. Maybe we should go through the site photos and I can give you an idea of firsthand view of the site and the street. So this here is looking at the context of the neighborhood, slide 1, and that's across the street of the property. Slide 2 is looking into the existing driveway of the subject parcel, and that wall, as you can see, it's rather high right up against the sidewalk. And there's a pool right behind it. That pool sits up about 2 feet above the sidewalk. I believe it was graded that way. It doesn't really conform to the existing original topos at the site. Slide 3 is looking into that driveway again. And then we've got slide 4 looking down Shoreline. We also have other photos, I think, that might have been formatted on an individual slide-by-slide basis, but I'll jump into the site plan here. The top drawing here is the existing site. And as you can see, the existing house fits inside that bluff setback. The pool is slightly inside the front yard setback. Our intention is the new owners purchased the property with the desire of developing it in a similar fashion to what we've seen the trend is along this side of shoreline. A two-story home with the living space on the first level and the bedrooms on the second level, all taking advantage of the oceanfront view. We've seen a few of those. So the idea on the proposed site plan is to propose the house far enough behind the setback line so that we can get some covered and open terracing between the house and that setback line. And the house is situated in the same orientation really as the geometry of all the houses as they work their way down. I've got some aerial photos that we can bring up later that'll give you a bit of context of how this will sit relative to the neighborhood. The house that we're proposing, it's a two-story house. The first floor is about 2,000 square feet. The second floor is 1,600 square feet. The attached garage is 420 square feet. That's 85% of the FAR. What we're asking for here is, in addition to 85% of the FAR, for a detached three-car garage with a modification to allow us to exceed the allowed garage space for a parcel of this size. That three-car garage is what puts us up to 100% FAR. So the house has really been designed to conform to the size of the parcel itself. The grading, if you pan down, we've got a site section here, and this will give you a little clearer idea of the grading and what we're looking at doing with the Gloria, as we call it. So what we're looking to do is to demolish the house and the pool. You can see the relative location of the existing residence and the proposed residence gets pulled back. What we would do is grade down the area up against the sidewalk and then lower that wall that fronts shoreline and create sort of a layered landscaping there. And position the house so that we've got ample room in front of it for the terracing, and then we'll hit existing grade, which occurs to the ocean side of that setback line. If we pan over to the right, I'll show you what we're looking to do conceptually with the Glorietta. And this is great. We're preparing to submit a coastal development permit and application. A lot of work goes into that, so it's important that we get some initial take from your board. There are a lot of moving parts on this project. So the idea is the Glorietta is unsightly. It's a bit dangerous. It interferes with the views from the property. So the new owners want to dismantle it, and it's tricky because it has deep foundations and it's basically holding up the hillside. So we're going to propose with our structural engineers and geologists ways to eliminate the structure, reduce the impact of this from the beach, and reduce the impact of it from the property itself by removing the structure and then creating a terraced landscape element, and that's up for development. But I wanted to include that as the scope of work now. We can go on to the next drawing here. So it does include a basement. The basement's approximately 2,000 square feet. The access is both interior and to the west. The positioning of the house itself was pulled in from the setbacks on the second floor, and the idea was to create maximum views from the spaces on the property, but still respect the stepping back, and we'll get into that on the floor plans and the roof plan. Next slide, please. The second floor has been pulled in from the west to 10 feet from the property line, and then on the east to 18 feet to try to minimize the linear nature of the building on site. The other aspect to that is the original program from the client was to have a double volume in a portion of the house, and what we're trying to do is to generate enough ceiling height throughout the the main level and pull in the second stories from the side east and west to where we don't have to try to go after the double volume and get a smaller mass on the second floor. Next slide, please. And then the roof plan further illustrates that we've got covered space to the south, and we've got that highest roof level. It's a 4 and 12, and the plates on the second floor are 8 feet on the east and west, and then it jumps up in the middle to 9 feet for just the central portion of the building. The building's proposed 26 feet high. Next slide, please. So the architectural character is a colonial beach type of a vocabulary. We're looking at painted brick and white horizontal siding, composition shingles, and a beachy vernacular. As you can see, the detached garage is pulled back from the house with a covered walkway. And then as the east elevation shows, we've got the stepping down of the terraces, and then as they hit the grade at the setback line. So what I want to speak a little bit on the FAR. So as we're approaching, we're asking for support for 100% FAR. We've got, I've got an exhibit. I think it was handed in as well. It's the 20 closest lots, and of the 20 closest lots, ours becomes the 21st, and so we're 19th. So, and these are straight FARs. These are size of parcel based on square footage of the home. So relative to the FAR, we are above. I mean, we're better than 18 of the homes around us. Sure, we have a large site, but this site is not your typical beach site. This does not have a lot of square footage that's down on the beach. This is all on the bluff and is a real part of the usable FAR. So really what we're looking here is to get some direction from your board in terms of what you think of our FAR and the garage modification. The building heights, the ceiling height we'd like to achieve is 10 feet on the main level, and then again drop to 8-foot plates on the upper level on the east and the west. And we're trying to demonstrate support for that by pulling in the second floor from the east and the west setback. We'd also like comments on the siting of the building, the location on site, and then thoughts on the modifications we're proposing to the Glorietta, and then finally the grading that we're proposing to level out and bring the area along the sidewalk down to the same level as its frontage. I know that maybe Sarah wanted to have something to say here, and I think there's a little time left from Jarrett's office if she's available to speak.
Yes.
Oh, there you are. I didn't hear you, so I jumped in.
I was muted before, so I apologize. Could you please pull up the file dated 8/12 photos?
Yes, I just emailed those over. I'm sorry they weren't available earlier. My apologies. We'll get those up just as soon as possible.
Okay, thank you.
If there's anything else you want to go over while we wait for that, please feel free to do so. We can come back around if that's.
I think Tom pretty much covered what else I want to say. So I think the photos just really will help the board get oriented with the house. We have the aerial photographs and the neighborhood photos. Here we go. Great, thank you. Okay, so if, and I'm not sure, actually, maybe I can zoom in. No, I can't. Zoom in just a little bit, if you would. Great. So here's the site. It's a couple doors down from Thousand Steps Beach Access. And you can see the pattern of houses along this street, along the shoreline. So go on to the next one, please. And here is one of, this is just a Google imagery. We also have some aerial photographs, but this property is very unique in that it has this, what's called, or what's been on file as permitted in 1988 as a glorietta, which is essentially a rec room and deck and spaces, which we'll show you more details of. Go to the next slide. So here's another view of this room. So like I said, it was permitted in 1988. It's been modified significantly since then. So as part of this project, the city staff was wanting us to, we had to deal with this. We had to essentially remove the unpermitted improvements. But in combination with this project now, our desire is to soften this area. And as Tom showed you a section, essentially we would remove that room that you see. So there would be no enclosed space. And then along the tall wall along the back side, we would break that up with some terraced landscaping or a step, down, which would, because when you're standing in that area, that wall is quite tall. So it'll help soften the look of it. It will help, make the softer view from this perspective, and help. The city's goal here is, to whatever we do to create the most stability possible. And they are recognizing that full removal of this area would likely create more potential for erosion in the future. So it's been tricky, and we are working with the geologist to come up with this plan that will satisfy the city in terms of removing the unpermitted improvements, but ending up with something that's a good fit for this area, and I'll soften the aesthetics, and also the result would be most structurally sound for this bluff edge. Okay, you could go to the next slide, please. This is just more aerials showing you, the two-story pattern of development along this bluff. Next slide. And this is looking the other direction. As I mentioned, the Thousand Steps beach access is right there, and parking is quite constrained, or as a site constraint. We consider that as part of our project, which is why we include several parking spaces as part of our project. Next slide. This is just an aerial view of the existing house. You can see the pool that is in the front setback that will be removed. You can also see the tall wall that's there now. We would be proposing a shorter wall and much more landscaping along the front. Next slide. This is the street view now, which, having this wall right up against the sidewalk makes it hard to landscape and, have this area softened with landscaping. So part of our new wall that we would replace would be set back to allow for that. As Tom mentioned, the layered landscape is what we're hoping for there. Next slide. There's just more perspective of this wall to give you an idea of just how long and big it is. And keep going. This is just looking up over at the wall of the existing house. And the structure you see on the right there is like a pool equipment building that would also get removed as part of the pool removal. Next slide. Here's the front elevation. You could probably just keep moving through every couple seconds. This is just to give you an idea of what's there. It's a 5-bedroom, 4-bathroom house now. So we are proposing a larger house, but it's also 5 bedrooms and 4.5 baths. This is the rear yard facing, and then this is the view of the Glorietta from the rear yard. And of course, part of our redevelopment would include, you know, not using lawn near a bluff edge, which is something important to the city to help slow the rate of erosion. These are more views of that Glorietta. So we'd be removing, you know, the glass rails, and part of that stepping of the landscape is also to help negate the need for handrails along that whole backside, which I think will look really nice. And is that the last slide? Oh no, here we go. A couple more. You could see it, get an idea of how tall those walls are. And then this is a area underneath the Glorietta that there's a portion of it that has been developed, and this would get filled in as part of the new design per the city and the geologist. I believe it was this picture you see on the lower right was more for drainage. This and the next couple slides are just to give you an idea of the neighborhood. This is the house directly next door. This is a house across the street. This is a house directly across the street. This is a house at the corner by 1,000 Steps. And this is another house that's just a couple doors down. And that's it. That concludes what I wanted to add. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ms. Burkhardt, did we get any public comment?
Thank you, Chair. If you are attending the webinar and would like to comment on this item, please follow the directions on screen and raise your hand by clicking the hand icon on your go-to webinar control panel. While we wait for hands, Ms. Fennessy, did we receive any written correspondence for this item?
Thank you, Ms. Burkhardt. We received 2 public comment letters from William Russ and Janae Tomakavage that were distributed to the board prior to this meeting.
Right, thank you. And there are a few hands raised. So I'm going to call on Kristen Hendricks first. Kristen, I'm going to unmute you. Your mic is live. You have 2 minutes to speak.
Hi, this is Kristen and Shelby Hendricks at 1526 Shoreline. We were just wanted to put in our 2 cents that we do have a view over the roof of the proposed project from our living room, so a second story would block the view that we have now. And that's all we wanted to say.
Okay.
Thank you. I will call on Brian Fosque Boyd next. Sending you an unmute request. Your mic is live. You have 2 minutes to speak.
Hi, thank you. Yeah, this is Brian Fosque Boyd. I'm at 1514 Shoreline, directly across the street from the property. Wanted to bring up 3 items that are extremely important to our family with the development of the new property. We are excited to see a family who will be moving in, but the wall, which features prominently on the photos, is a primary concern for us. It's a noise issue, reflects all the street noise immediately back to our house. It's obviously a blight, you know, in terms of the neighborhood feel. So we are very concerned to see that the wall will be brought down to meet the design guidelines and the height guidelines, and you know, allow our new neighbors to be neighbors. The garage and the parking are pretty serious concerns of ours. It's parking for 9 cars in what should be a front yard, which seems incompatible with the neighborhood design guidelines. We're certainly keen to, have Shoreline continue to develop more of that neighborhood feel, and we're just not sure that much driveway and garage is going to be compatible with that, particularly when they have so much space to design parking and garages in a way that they don't predominate. The bulk mass and scale is the third item that we are concerned about. At 100% FAR, that's considerable, particularly given that there's additionally another 1,500 square feet of covered porches. So that's a lot of scale on a 10-foot plate house with an 8 and 9 foot plate second story. It's large, and it feels large from the elevations. So those are the 3 items we wanted to bring up, and we look forward to seeing the design evolve and look forward to having new neighbors in the neighborhood. Thank you.
All right, thank you. There are no further hands raised, so I'll hand it back to you, Chair Miller, for questions.
Okay, Board Member Kloss, do you have any questions, please?
Yes. When do I get to eat dinner? Oh.
The break for dinner.
Right. The first question I have is, I'm seeing a square footage here of 4,776 square feet. That appears to be, that's the number that the FAR is based upon. That appears to be the 2 garages and the new residence, less the square footage of the basement. Am I understanding that right, or do we just have a semantical or a syntactical issue with the way it's worded in the project description? Can someone explain what the 4,776 actually represents, please?
Yes, so I can do that. The FAR is based on the net square footage of the residence and the garages. So it's both garages and it's the first and second floor of the residence, and basements are exempt from the FAR calculation.
Okay. Thank you, Tom. I'm still coming up to speed on that kind of stuff. Okay, so that's helpful. Do we know approximately how much grading is anticipated?
I did a really rough number at this point and came up with 1,200 cubic yards, and it's getting that pool area down, and then and grading up to the proposed finished floor of the house is about 1 foot above the existing residence. It's pulled back, so that's my rough number at this point, Leslie.
Okay. Those were really my only questions. Thank you. Oh, one more question. I apologize. One more question.
Sure.
What is the height of the proposed 2-story garage?
Height of the proposed, the height of the residence or the garage?
Of the garage, please.
Oh, the garage, yes.
This is the attached garage, not the detached garage.
Oh, the attached garage. I'm gonna say it's about 12 feet at the spring of the cupola there. So where the roof comes up, it's about 12 feet. That's the attached garage.
Okay, so it's a standard 8 or 9 foot plate height there?
For that garage, yes.
Okay. Those were the only questions I have. I'll let somebody else ask questions about the height of the house. Thank you.
Board Member Arakalian, do you have any questions, please?
Chair Miller, before we continue, may I interrupt?
Sure.
I missed one of the public commenters who would like to speak. Is that would it be okay with Okay. My apologies. Thank you. I would like to call on Russ Leatherman and unmute you. Send you an unmute request. Right, your mic is live. You have 2 minutes to speak.
Hi guys, this is Russ Leatherman, and I live at, my wife and I own 1517 Shoreline Drive. And like some of the other neighbors, excited to see something happening with the property. I do have a few concerns, and I've voiced them to the owners and the new owners and a few others. We are on a flag lot on 1517. And our view corridor is directly over the one-story home. When they go up to a second story, it will completely block that view corridor, which is a huge problem for us. When we bought the home, we bought it because of that beautiful ocean view, and instead of looking into the ocean, we will be looking directly into their second floor. I also have a concern just about the size and scope of the home itself. My understanding is that it's 2 adults and I think 2 teenage kids, something like that. But this is a lot of square feet, and I would just hope that they would consider the neighbors, including me and the people across the street, whose views will be completely blocked by this. I mean, not only will, again, I'll be staring at their house, but I'm also assuming I will lose hundreds of thousands of dollars in property value just by virtue of them having a second story. They could build a beautiful 1-story ranch home that's huge because the lot is massive, that would probably pacify most of the neighbors, because I know a lot of our views are going to be blocked. So that's it. Would just like the owners to consider that, and I'm sure we'll be talking more about this in the future.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Chair Miller. If you would like to resume with questions, you may go ahead.
All right, Board Member R. Kelly, do you have any questions, please?
I'm seeing in the agenda, I just want to confirm that we can ask questions. It says comments only.
Yeah, you can make questions, yes.
Okay, I don't have questions.
Okay. All right, Board Member Motisha, do you have any questions?
Yes, could we look at the ocean elevation of this house? We're looking at the north, I looked at the south elevation. South elevation. Okay, so the basement is totally underground. True? Is that true? Yes.
True.
Tom.
Yes, Joe. Yes, the basement is completely underground.
Very good. Okay, I didn't understand your analysis of the 19 properties in the neighborhood, and you said you were number 19. I don't know whether 19 is the top of the bush or the bottom of the bush. What is number 19 on the 19?
That means that 18 properties within the 20 closest have higher FARs than we do.
Have higher FARs, okay.
Which means, yes, there's more building per square foot of lot as a ratio than what we have.
Correct, okay. Now, if you were to take the garage, the detached 3-car garage away, what would your FAR be?
It would be 85%.
It would be 85%.
Yes, we're asking for a modification to allow an additional garage on the property. We've designed the house and the attached garage to be 85%. That's what I generally do. In this case, we have some area in front, and getting vehicles off the road for this family is important to them, especially because of the public access. So they're looking to maximize that.
Okay. Very good. That's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Ziegler, do you have any questions, please?
Yeah, I have a question. I guess it is not reasonable or realistic for the neighbor across the street to restrict the view from the second story, and the second story has to be allowed. Is that correct?
Well, in our purview, our purview is that we cannot regulate private views, but it's also encouraged that the board be considerate of private views. So we can definitely include it on our motion that something of that consideration, if that makes
Okay.
sense.
Second question, since two garages seems sort of extreme to me, and I don't know what's going on in the basement, but is it possible to have the garage be in the basement and move cars in there instead, or is this basement really going to be useful for the owners?
Well, Jonathan,
You follow my question?
I do follow your question, and there are some properties in this neighborhood that park underneath the house. I've seen at least one. In this case, the basement has been eyed from the onset to provide useful space for this house. For example, there's 2 bedrooms down there, and there's TV, and there's layout space. The main level of this house is only 2,000 square feet. The first floor is only 2,000 square feet. The second floor is only 1,600 square feet. The basement provides a lot of amenities. There's a family room, a game room, an exercise room, and there's a bedroom. And I think there will be a second bedroom where that large mechanical room is. So we're really trying to tuck a lot of the use down underground where it's not visible.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Okay, thank you. I guess my question is there public parking on the street out in front? Can they park along the curb on the front there?
There is parking out on the curb, yes, some.
So okay. All right. That's my only question. Bring it back to Board Member Kalas. Do you have comments, please?
Yes. Just have to find my notes. I could support the project without the detached garage. I would prefer to see, I guess I would encourage a look at I'll call it the westerly property line and whether there's an opportunity to break down massing there. I think that would help some of the concerns of the neighbors that we've heard. I would not support the parking in the front yard setback. I think there's plenty of space out front to park cars. And there might be an opportunity to do something creative with the 2-car garage if they need to have more space for cars garaged. Maybe they put lifts in there and they can get 4 garage cars there. But I think they have plenty of room off street to accommodate quite a bit of parking already. I think the general proposed aesthetic is very nice. And I think anything that you can do with the Glorietta to deconstruct that and soften that in a meaningful way, especially adjacent to the immediate neighbors, would be beneficial for all. Those are my comments.
All right, thank you. Board Member Ara Kelly, do you have any comments, please?
Yes. So I'm not sure if it's possible, but I'm interested in seeing a rendering, what it would look like if we were looking at this proposed development from street view, like maybe at the next meeting, if you can provide some kind of rendering of that. Regarding the garage, I'm in support of Board Member Kalas's, Vice Chair Kalas's comments about the detached garage building going away. I'd be in much more support of the project. There's plenty of driveway for parking spots. Regarding the building heights, the 26 feet of building height, I would be interested in seeing the building heights of the adjacent properties in perspective to this one. And just a moment here. And if, I know regarding if the clients really want to keep the garage structure, I mean, if it's such a must, I mean, I would consider studying properties in the neighborhood that have garage structures that cover 5 parking spaces, or how other properties are handling the parking constraints. So those are my comments.
All right, thank you. Board Member Motisha, do you have comments, please?
Yes, I would consider, dropping, maybe not making the whole house 2-story all the way across the property line, because you have to the southeast, you have quite a bit of space that you're not taking, and this is, from the looks of it, it's one of the few houses that's turned parallel with the ocean rather than no, not parallel with the ocean, but all the rest of the houses are parallel with the bluff. This one has turned to the angle to kind of counterclockwise, and there is a lot of space on this lot. This is a big lot. Even though I have several cars and I like garages, I don't object to having 5 garages. 5 parking spaces for garages. They have 2, from what I understand the proposal, they have 2 teenage sons. Pretty soon they're going to end up with 4 cars. And I would hate to, I've driven along that Shoreline Drive for all my life. You don't want to park out there. You don't want to leave your car out there. And if it's landscaped enough in the front of the property, I don't see what's the reason why we can't have 9 cars parked on the property. And I agree with the comment that we could check some of the other properties in that area and see how many parking places they have on them. I am familiar with that property because I'm from Santa Barbara, and it's been added to and fixed up, and yeah, I'd hate to see the houses around it to lose and they definitely will lose their property values by losing their views. And I know we're not supposed to make any comment about private views, but it is a big lot, and that house could be reduced, maybe some of it 2-story, but not the whole width of the whole lot. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Ziegler, do you have any comments, please?
Well, I guess I agree with that. If he can do a partial 2nd story so the view is permitted across the street, I agree with that. I also agree with the 2 previous comments that another garage isn't really realistic. And the 3rd thing, I'd like to see a view of that building in the back and what it's going to look like when it's done, or a recreation of it, because now it's all enclosed. I'd like to see what it's going to look like when it's open. I'm thinking maybe that could be a garage. No, that's it.
All right, thank you. Hey, my comments are, I feel that a lot of the homes that you're basing it from probably did not go before design review. So for me, this house it's beautiful. I love the style, but it's way too big. I think you should lower the plate heights. I think the 1st floor plate height, I could go 9 feet 6, and the 2nd floor, 7 feet 6 to 8 feet. I think would be really great if you had volume ceilings in the 2nd floor. That would really bring that house down, and I think it would soften it quite a bit. I don't buy the argument that all the houses are trending. That's kind of bigger. That's like the McMack. Oh God, I can't even say it now. I'm gonna have a stroke. You know the word I'm trying to say. So thank you. So I think that's important for us to keep the scale of these homes in line. And the front with that wall there, I don't even think that's legal, but it's there. It needs to be toned down a lot. And I also think there could be some opportunities in the front area just turning it into a giant parking lot because you have teenage kids is a poor argument for me. I think kids do more than just drive cars and park them. So I don't know if I can support a proposed garage. Now, we did have clients when I worked for Sorel who had a collection of antique cars, and it was very important that they had a second garage for that. But to provide massive parking in the front yard for teenagers, I just don't buy that argument. Those are my comments. Like I said, I think, and if you could really get the FAR closer to 85%, I'm not saying, I could see it's an easy way just to get rid of that detached garage, but there's probably other areas. And to argue that the first floor is 2,000, like you're acting like it's a really small house, and it's big. I mean, come on. So there's a lot of room for areas to get the scale of this a little reduced. I think, like I said, it's way too tall. And I think you can really get if you get the plate heights lowered, it would really make it a beautiful home. So those are my comments. And these are just here for comments only. So that's what I'll be looking for. I'd like to see a more developed landscape plan in the front yard. I don't buy that you need 9 parking spots. So those are my comments. Anyone else have anything to add? I don't know what else to do. Oh, and I really do want to see, as a follow-up to what Mr. Ziegler said about that back, I think it was that back, whatever that thing you called it.
Guadalajara or something like that?
If you could really.
The Glorietta.
Yeah, the Glorietta. Yeah. Really soften that would be nice. Yes.
I would agree with the idea that, I think I was alluding to the idea of trying to reduce some of the second floor square footage along this westerly property line. And I think, if there's a way to push that out, like Joe had suggested, more towards the rear and towards I guess it's the east. I think that's a good idea. I would support that. If this is in fact a car aficionado, they should have taken into consideration that they're buying a beachfront house before they even bought the parcel. It's not ideal conditions to have, expensive cars in an environment like this, unless you knew that you were going to have garaging to begin with. So even if this is a car aficionado, I don't find that that's necessarily a reason or excuse to be requesting this much parking either.
All right, thank you. Ms. Burkhart, how do we follow up with this?
Chair Miller, in this situation, we will include everyone's comments in the minutes. So there's no need for a formal motion. The project is just here for a one-time concept review for comments from the board members.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Oshner. You have meat to chew on.
Fine. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom.
Okay, is Uber going to deliver us a dinner? Is that what I heard?
Fried chicken.
Okay. We have one more project, 210 Los Alturas Road. Is that correct? Or is it Sea Ranch Drive?
Sea Ranch Drive.
There are 2 more projects. Chair Miller.
Oh, my God. All right. Item 4, 857 Sea Ranch Drive. This is a new item for concept review, proposal for a 1,780 square foot 2-story addition and interior renovation to an existing 2,378 square foot single-story residence with 417 square foot attached garage. The proposed 4,575 square feet of development on a 47,540 square foot lot is 91% the maximum floor to lot area ratio. Approximately 250 cubic yards of grading is proposed. No final appealable action will take place at this hearing. Project does require neighborhood preservation findings and design district and slope lot findings. Hello, Mr. Mills.
Good evening, Chair Miller and fellow board members. All right, I will jump right in. I'm Ryan Mills with DMHA, and we also have joining us tonight Justin Harmon with DMHA. I'll go through the project fairly concisely, and then we'll be available for questions. So let's go to the next page. I'd like to start with site photos. If you don't mind zooming in, let's just start in the top left and we'll just scroll through each one. So this is up in Campanile Hill off of Sea Ranch Road. And we find this to be a really interesting, beautiful home. Original 74, 72. Architecture, very well preserved. So it really was speaking to us. It has a lot of characteristics of like the Sea Ranch architecture of Sonoma County. So we really were drawn to this project. So let's just scroll to the right, show you a few examples of what's there. Very clean, thin overhang eaves, simple palette. It's like a, weathered redwood. It's darkened, really clean and simple. We really like this architecture. Let's keep going. Here's the rear, kind of from the rear yard looking back. Lots of glass facing, has amazing ocean views from kind of all of that frontage, deep overhangs to protect it from the sun. Let's keep scanning. Here's a view looking up. Here's an example of a few things that we're gonna kind of amend. Site work, which has been done over time, we'll address and kind of make a little more cohesive. That screen, that kind of pergola structure will tidy up. So some of the unoriginal pieces we'd like to revise a bit. Let's pan left. I think it started. There's the views that will become important for how we placed the addition. And let's see, are there any others? Kind of hard to see in the shadows. Here's the driveway, the street side of the driveway. Again, the frontage is actually really quiet. The garage is built almost in the middle of the house. Okay, is that all the photos? Yep. So it kind of gives you a sense of what's there. So let's go. Here's the overall site. So you can see we're on the corner of Campanile and Sea Ranch Road. Officially, Sea Ranch is sort of the entry address and front door, but we're gonna actually, the auto access is off of Campanile. The driveway you can see kind of enters the site and drops into that driveway and into that garage. You can tell in the middle of the court. So the original house, we're really maintaining the exterior. We're not intending to change any of that. We're studying some refinements and updates on the inside of it, but for the most part, we really want to kind of keep all of its character. So as you can see, kind of to the right side of this site plan is our addition, essentially. So I don't have a mouse, do I? So you can see that section line running plan north-south. Everything to the left of that is that original house. So what we did was, the concept was this, the views are, the sunset views are southeast, so to the top and to the right. So the idea was to create a whole new addition that really is going to complement and be balanced with a new one and don't affect the old one. So we're creating a new two-story addition, as you can see on the right side, that rectangle, which is really addressing that sunset ocean view. That view corridor is going down a canyon. It dips and there's a clear ocean view there, fairly unobstructed. So that's going to be our main addition. And then in between, connecting the two lightly will be a breeze, like we're calling it the breezeway. It's an enclosed space, but it's meant to continue that really light eave and connect the two. So let's go to the floor plan, next sheet. And even though, I should say one more thing, even though it's a fairly large site, there isn't a lot of buildable space. You can kind of see, as well as addressing that sunset view, that's really, we're following the topography of the site, really from that front edge of our addition, it starts sloping down all the way to the bottom corner of their property. So the main organizing principle here was, we have, 17, almost 1,800 square feet of addition. So our first idea was to consolidate that into as small of a footprint as possible because of the site. So we've made it quite efficiently a 2-story floor plan. And then, so let's just zoom in and I'll show you the 2 levels. So pick one level. So this is the lower level plan. So this is containing both an office and an exercise room for the owners. And then if you go to the second floor, the second floor is becoming their new master suite. So let's zoom into there. And another important aspect is, so we've reduced the footprint, stacked it efficiently, and you'll see in a second, the other is we're going to be pushing it downward as far as we can into the hillside. And so the other principle was making it a split level. I mean, it was era appropriate, but also just for the owner's use. We've decided they were going to be accessing the master suite just as often as the office and exercise room. So we wanted to split the difference, kind of creating that split level. So kind of that path up and down didn't favor one or the other. And it was just as easy kind of during the course of the day to come and go to both levels. So you can see here kind of in the middle is the foyer entrance between the 2 structures. And then as you kind of pass through there, the inside to the right, you go up to the master, a few less steps, then we go down to the lower level. So you'll see that in sections and elevations. So let's zoom out and we could probably go to the next sheet. So let's zoom in, let's start at the top, and I'll go through each view fairly quickly. So on the left, so you can see is a section through the addition and through the foyer. So you can see this is basically looking back at the existing house, this top left, number 6. So you can see most of the house is a flat roof, and then the existing living areas is this single pitched shed. So that is the language of the architecture that we're emulating through the addition. So that's section 1. Let's scroll to the right. And then this is a really descriptive one. So here we're cutting a section through our new addition. So again, everything to the left is the existing residence. There's that garage elevation facing the road, and then the clear story that's pitching back up. So on the right, you see our cut section. So just for reference, the red dashed line represents the existing grade. So you can see same language, single pitch that we're deciding actually to mimic the existing house and slope downward. Just, you know, from looking up at the house, it's going to minimize that height. Likewise, it just helps with shading. Shading is sort of the biggest challenge with these big view locations. And then in general, you can see really the upper level of this addition is sitting, you can see kind of left to the driveway, about 3, maybe might end up a little higher, 3-ish feet, maybe 4 feet above the driveway side. So we wanted to push this as far down as we thought we could without becoming a basement below. And we want to design in vents, operable vents along the back wall, the driveway wall of the exercise and office room to allow for passive ventilation. So we brought it down as much as we think we could. So I think that's helpful to understand how we laid this out. And then, yep, let's look at the next one. Here's a view kind of floating out over the canyon, giving context of the left half of this is describing our new addition. You can see then on the hillside, we're hunkering down and allowing for some patio space to spill out. And then beyond is that original addition. So we're stepping just a little above it. So let's scroll down. This is a view from Sea Ranch. So we're looking mostly at the original house in the foreground. And then again, our new proposed addition beyond. You can see kind of we're echoing that same roof line. And let's scroll down. And these two show it fairly well. On the left, same thing. You can see our notes and arrows. So everything to the left is the existing and to the right is the new. And we've created some renderings that kind of help describe this a little bit better. So let's go to the right. And here's a nice full kind of rear yard elevation of kind of that entire frontage facing the ocean. Okay, let's go to the next sheets. And here we've generated some views. So this is really the approach view. So this is the angle when you drive into this residence. This is through the existing entry gates. You can see we start a little high, we drop into the existing driveway sequence, and you get to see the new addition on the right balanced with the old original house on the left. And we really like the idea of then this breezeway we're seeing through, drawing our eye kind of through to the peak of the island views beyond. Let's go to the next sheet. Oh, well, actually, really quickly, we can go back one. A couple other things I'd like to point out. So in addition, so here that second story is pushed down pretty well. It's really sitting on what we've introduced in front of it is some form of landscaping plinth, kind of stepping up and layering and softening that. Otherwise, the materials and the palette are meant to match what's existing. That clear story sits, I think, at about 6 feet high inside the space, so it maintains privacy, but gives that roof a lot of lightness. That was something we talked a lot about. And then, yeah, color palette to match. So now let's move on. Here's a view again, we're floating a little bit, but we're just, down canyon a little bit, looking back, really focused at that 2-story addition. Again, use the same structural methodology of the original. So you can see the exposed rafters at both levels, really just celebrating the materials and how this building was put together originally. So mimicking that. Let's go next. Let's see here. This is part of that rear elevation, similar to that. Well, it's a perspective of the rear elevation. Everything to the right is the original house. And then you can see how our addition to the left is turning and kind of fading towards the back. Kind of gives you the better sense of, in perspective, how it turns away. And then let's see, next. This is a pretty similar view. I will point out here, we're here for concept. So we're still playing with just the perfect balance of height between the two. Actually, you know what? Are we done with the views? If not, I'd like to go back to, is there one more after this? Oh, there is. There's another view. So now if you don't mind, can we go back to the driveway, that first rendered view? Okay. So what I'd like to point out, what we're after tonight is we're here just for comments. What we'd like to understand, are we on the right path? We think we are. We love and want to celebrate the original architecture. We think we've kind of struck the right balance between the new and the old, as well as proportions. We want this project to make sense, but proportionally, we are still studying and playing with the height of this new addition a little bit. So we kind of ask for some feedback there, but we want the ability to kind of move up and down. We're a little early. So as we work through with civil and grading and structure, I think we're looking for the freedom to kind of nudge up and down. So that was important to us. So I believe if there wasn't any other sheets, that will conclude our presentation, and then I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you. Ms. Kloss, do we get any public comment?
Thank you, Chair Miller. If you are attending by webinar and would like to comment on this item, click the hand icon on your GoToWebinar control panel. While we wait for hands, Ms. Fennessy, did we receive any written correspondence for this item?
Thank you, Ms. Burkhart. We did not receive any written correspondence for this item.
Thank you. I do have one hand raised. It looks like I'd like to call on Brian Foskey-Boyd. Mr. Foskey-Boyd, if you would like to speak on this item, you have 2 minutes whenever you're ready. Mr. Foskey Boyd, Brian Foskey Boyd, would you like to comment on this item? Chair Miller, I believe this may be a hand from a previous item. I'm going to hand it back to you for questions.
All right. All right. I'll bring it back to the board for questions. Ms. Colossus, do you have any questions, please?
I only have one question. I actually drove up here today and took a look at this property before the meeting, and I noticed that there were story poles out there. And I'm guessing that that's part of you trying to wrap your head around this relationship in height between the proposed structure and the existing, but maybe if you could just explain to us what's going on with that, that'd be nice.
Sure. Yeah, the story poles went up, I think, over the weekend. So this house falls under the Campanile Homeowners Association. So which they also met last week as well, and they've engaged some of those neighbors. So we submitted plans to them first. They met Thursday. The height was, I think, something that came up. So this was actually partly for that, and really between the owner and I to also, as you point out, to understand height and what is the right thing to do, and how, you know, what is the right balance between capturing the views for this owner and, you know, keeping it a fairly modest and balanced project. So yeah, it was for our own use, and we're well aware that I don't know if we need to do it again, but we were both kind of, I spoke to the owner about that. If we had to do another round of story poles, we will. So this was really a preemptive for neighborhood and for us.
Okay, great, thank you. It's actually the only question I have. Thank you.
All right, Board Member Arakelian, do you have any questions, please?
No questions.
Thank you. Board Member Motisha, any questions, please?
No questions.
Okay. Board Member Ziegler, do you have any questions, please?
I don't know if I have a question or a statement, so you can determine. You did make a comment, Mr. Mills, about the, I think the size of this new structure versus the old one. And maybe what my question is really a statement, but it does look a little bulky to me compared to the old one. And I think maybe if you did a little bit more with glass, you could modify it. So that's probably a statement rather than a question, but I'm asking you, could you do more with the glass? That's my question. Thank you.
Yeah, can absolutely take that into consideration. So just for clarification, Mr. Ziegler, do you mean in this elevation in particular, or sides, or just in general trying to lighten it up?
I'm looking at this and I look at the two together and it looks like a bulky structure to me. I think you can modify it by using the glass a little bit differently, the glass design. I don't know what's behind it, but that's what I'm thinking. Maybe it's better shrubbery in front. I don't know, but it just looks bulky to me.
Okay.
Bulky is the word I would use.
All right, thank you. I have no questions, so we'll move on to comments. Board Member Colossus, do you have any questions or comments, please?
Yeah, I think that the general approach to the project is a good one in terms of the split level approach. I do think that it reads a little bit tall relative to the existing residence. You know, the existing home really hunkers down and it feels soft from the road above it. I don't know if that's Sea Ranch where it turns the corner there, or if that's another road, I don't recall, because that's how I was viewing it. But it's very modest in nature from that street elevation. And when I was looking at the story poles, they're really close, but it just feels a little bit too tall to me. And so if that's something that you're noodling on, I can understand why you're doing that. The rather opaque nature of this elevation relative to the street does not bother me. I think that when you view it from the downhill slope, the downhill side of the project, it reads nicely together as a unified whole. So I guess I would just encourage you to continue your quest for perfection at this point.
right, okay, thank you. Quest for perfection. There you go, Mr. Mills. Board member R. Kelly, do you have any comments, please?
So I agree with Board Member Colas, or Vice Chair Colas, about the approach to the project. I think it's a great approach. I stopped by the neighborhood and walked around and got to see the story poles as well. I agree with Board Member Ziegler's comments about the bulk on the second floor. I feel like I liked in your presentation. I liked in your presentation that you were, mentioning a balance between the new and the old, and I just feel like the second floor of the addition has some bulk to it, and I feel like the massing can be just massaged a little bit. And I do agree with Board Member Colas's, Vice Chair Colas's comments about the height as well. But again, yeah, something about the massing on the second floor. Feel like that should be studied a little bit more. And thank you for all of the renderings. It was just very helpful in wrapping my head around the project. So those are my comments.
All right, thank you. Board Member Motisha, do you have any comments, please?
Yes, I like where it's placed. I also agree with this is a little bit bulky compared to the original house. Is the slope of the roof on this addition the same slope as the addition of the original? It is. I think bringing it down, you have 91%. If you could bring it down to 85, would make it the bulk of it less, and maybe I'm kind of imagining what's behind the trees in this elevation. Is there a horizontal member below the clear story behind those trees? Is there a horizontal member across there? Does that roof go across?
Yes.
I think what's making this so bulky is this height of your addition right here underneath the clear story window, or underneath the windows. That it was, if you had a horizontal line across there, it wouldn't make it look. It would make it a lot less bulky. So there's some massaging you can do to this project to make it fit a little bit more comfortable with the existing house instead of a really standout bulky two-story addition. Even though it's split level, it's still bulky because of those heights, the heights of those walls underneath those windows on the addition there. That's my comments. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Board Member Ziegler, do you have any comments, please?
Yeah, my comment is generally very favorable about the design of this, but I mentioned the bulk earlier, so that would be my only modification. But I think it's a great concept. I like what you're doing. It does look like Sea Ranch. I love that. So you're okay.
Okay.
I was just up at Sea Ranch and saw some dynamic homes up there.
All right, thank you. My comments are, I kind of go with Ziegler. It's a little, and I don't know if it's because of the way this particular elevation is, which makes that addition really stand out. But I tend to agree with all the comments that, maybe shrink it a little bit. And it's that particular elevation is kind of monotone. And so after listening to Board Member Ziegler, I was just wondering if maybe making a couple of those windows larger windows or something just to break up the monotony of that. I don't know if you can do that based on your floor plan, but something to create a little more interest there, other than because it reminds me of the schools they used to build in the 50s. So it would be like a classroom on the other side. So it's kind of a commercial schoolhouse in the 50s, looked to me. So maybe there's something you could do to, but that's just my impression. It doesn't, but anyway. I'm rambling. that's my only comments at this time. So
Can I just throw out one thought here since we're noodling on this?
Yeah.
If you were to bring over the roof line from the existing house that's over this, what you're calling the breezeway, that visual, if you were able to pull that over to the right slightly, I wonder if that would help create a little bit more of if it would help break the massing down on the right. And much like Mr. Motisha was saying, it would kind of continue that visual band across a little bit. Might be an opportunity to sort of overlap those elements a little bit more, break it down.
That sounds great. With those set, they're here. Someone like to entertain a motion? They're here for concept only, so their only comments are required.
Chair Miller, for this project, we do need a motion.
Yeah.
But it is here for comments, so not here for project design approval at this point.
All right. Would someone like to entertain a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
That the applicant return to the full board, that the board generally has favorable feelings about the project and the general approach to the addition, that we would encourage the applicant to continue studying the mass of the proposed addition and the height in order to lighten the visual appearance of the proposed split level addition and create a more consistent vocabulary with the existing home. The board appreciates the use of consistent materials and the general nature of the project.
All right, thank you. Do I have a second?
A second.
All right. May I have a roll call, please?
We pull down, can I make a comment? Can I add something? Can we pull down the FAR there down to 85 instead of 91?
So
Yeah, I'm happy to add a comment that we would encourage the applicant to consider options that would bring the FAR down closer to guideline FAR.
Is it closer to 85%?
Yes.
Okay, great. Does the seconder agree with that?
Yes.
All right, thank you. May I have a roll call, please?
Thank you. I'll now begin the roll call vote. Vice Chair Kalas,
Yes.
Board Member Arkelian,
Yes.
Board Member Motisha,
Yes.
Board Member Ziegler,
Yes.
and Chair Miller.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mills. A beautiful project. Oh. Okay, moving on to item 5. 210 Los Alturas Road. This is a new item. Project design approval is requested. Proposal to construct a 374 square foot addition to the first floor and 736 square foot addition to the upper floor of an existing 1,636 square foot single family residence with attached 396 square foot garage. Expansion of existing decks. Existing landscape to remain. No new hardscapes are proposed. The proposed 4,666 square foot of development on a 15,682 square foot lot is 107% of the maximum guide floor to lot area ratio. Project design approval is requested. Project does require neighborhood preservation findings and hillside design district and slope lot findings. Ms. Burkhardt, did you have something you would like to add?
Yes, before we get started, I just wanted to let you know that the plans were not linked to the agenda for this project.
I noticed that.
Inadvertently. I don't think there's a large amount of public controversy over this project. However, I just wanted to let you know if you don't feel comfortable granting project design approval because of that, it's up to you just to give comments today. However, if you are comfortable, if you feel it's ready for project design approval and you're comfortable, you may also
All
go
right.
ahead with.
Okay then. As noted. Do we have, oh, Mr. Bear, welcome. Would you like to present your project?
Thank you. Yes, good evening, commissioners. Thanks for hanging in here with us to the 7 o'clock hour. I'd be happy to present. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, great. Well, the project description that Mr. Miller shared with you helps set the stage for the project. You can see a rendering here on the front, which we can reference back to after reviewing some of the plans in more detail. I wanted to share just a few things here before we get into the drawings. The remodel and addition, we've got an existing 3-story home. You can see the staircase in this rendering that leads down to a lower level. It's a hillside lot, so that's a basement that daylights on the downhill side. So it's an existing 3-story building where the majority of what we're proposing are additions above the existing garage, which you can see on the left side of the rendering above that garage door. And then an addition at the second floor above the existing living room, which is just to the right of that chimney, which you can see that's a new 2nd-story addition. And then there's a new entry tower, which you can see sort of right in the center of this rendering with that curved tower element that's got an exterior entry at the ground level and a small little balcony there at the 2nd floor. That represents the majority of what we're proposing with this project. And so the 1,110 square foot addition is primarily above existing building footprint, which I think is important to note. So we're proposing very little in terms of new building footprint where it would touch grade. The scope does include expanding some of the existing decks and additions of new balconies and so forth, which we'll see more clearly in the plans, along with a small proposed roof deck, which you can see, can't really see from the exterior anywhere. It would be just to the right of that entry tower, kind of between the entry tower and the chimney. You can see a parapet wall, and behind that is a small roof deck. And just above where the mouse is a proposed staircase that leads up to that roof deck, which we'll see more on the elevations in the plans. Mr. Miller mentioned that no new hardscape is proposed. The project shouldn't require any notable site improvements, and grading would be negligible with what's proposed. The project description also mentioned the FAR at 107%. I'm sure we'll talk more about that, but important to note that because the lot is greater than 15,000 square feet, there is no ordinance policy that dictates a requirement with the FAR, so it is a guideline once you're above 15,000 square feet, just as a reminder. And the 4,666 square feet that the project represents includes the 800 square feet of existing basement, which you can see in the lower portion of this rendering, that is proposed to be converted into an ADU. And that's just important to note given how ADUs are treated and so forth. So if we were to, for the sake of discussion, subtract that 800 square feet out of the 4,666 square foot area, that leaves the primary residence at 3,866 square feet, which is 88% of the FAR guideline, just again, for sake of discussion and context there. I think that's it for the front page here. For context, if you pan to the bottom right corner, there's a vicinity map. This is on Las Alturas, which is, and it's just uphill from the APS, so it sort of winds up off of the APS and doglegs back once, and then we're uphill from APS. So the project looks down towards the street. So if you turn to the next sheet, you can skip the next sheet actually, and it's just for, we've already completed our land use permit review, or sorry, not land use permit, but our planning application review process, and had been deemed complete. That was a sheet we needed for that process. So here we can see images of the existing house. Photo 2 in the top right shows a similar view angle to where that proposed rendering was on the title sheet. So you can see here the existing garage. We're proposing to build up above that and sort of extend the second floor over, and then have this entry tower, this curved entry tower that sort of connects the two-story element above the garage over to the main house. The house is somewhat challenging to photograph in large comprehensive photos of the house, just given how vegetated it is. But if you pan back, there's just some other sort of general photos around the house that we can flip back to for reference if need be. No real, you can see in photo 7, just for reference, that's this lower, this basement level where the ADU is proposed to take over that square footage. So next sheet shows some neighborhood context. The house is fairly hard to see from public view. Photo 15 shows us from the APS looking up the driveway. The driveway actually crosses through an easement through the neighboring property back to our house, which you can see beyond. And so you can see that the house is surrounded by large existing vegetation and trees. It's very hard to see from public view. This is the best vantage point of it. If you go further down APS, the road is very, very far below the house. So it's way up above your view angle as you're driving past. You would really only notice it from this view angle. So that's really the only photograph we cared to point out. You can see it a bit also in photo 13, which is top right corner. This is standing on the APS looking pretty steeply up the hill. Again, it would be hard to really notice this in a car passing by, but if you were walking on the road, you can see the house looking up the hill through some of the existing trees. It's hard to decipher from these photographs, but the vegetation behind the house, uphill of the house, is surrounded with mature trees. I don't know if the SFDB board ever uses Google Earth, but you can see, yeah, this is a good, if you see in that aerial photograph, there's large existing trees uphill from the house that would screen our proposed additions at the second floor and the proposed roof deck. So well screened uphill of the house. Moving to the next sheet, we have an existing site plan. And you can see here the driveway that I mentioned, which is accessed, so the house is accessed via that driveway easement. What's notable to comment here, again, just to speak towards potential concerns with FAR, it is a large lot, and with the majority of the driveway being off property and easement, we've got a lot of open space. And with the proposed additions proposed to take place mostly at the second floor, with some slight expansion east, which you can see on the next sheet. Actually, go ahead and turn to the next sheet. I'll speak more about the proposed site plan. You can see here the proposed additions in gray with the proposed expanded decks, sort of with the horizontal hatch and the rounded corners. The majority of the proposed additions being at the second floor above existing building footprints really minimizes the size of the floor area of the building footprint itself, and it maximizes the remaining open space. You can see we have very generous setbacks to the east, and to the west there's a large gap between our home and the adjacent residence, as well as to the north where we've got this deep kind of triangular property line behind the house. So we've got very generous setbacks, which we're maintaining. The only real expanded width of the footprint is just what you can see here in the gray fill, which is pushing slightly east. That proposed addition would be proposed to float above grade and be supported with posts along with the deck. So really the only foundational footprint addition is this small rounded entry tower, which you can see there in the center of the structure. So very minimal impacts to how this proposed addition is touching the earth. If we go to the next sheet, we have our existing demolition plans, which again, we can flip back for reference. I won't speak too much about these, but let's start. I'll just review them briefly. If you zoom in on drawing 1, this is our ground level plan. And so you can see the existing garage and the existing entry there in the middle. There's an existing living room, which we're proposing to maintain. There will be an addition, proposed addition above that living room and above the garage. And then where the dining and kitchen space is, you can see they're separate rooms right now. We're proposing to expand those east slightly and remove some of the interior walls just to open that up into a more singular space for the main common area of the home. But to the north, we're not proposing any, and to the west, we're not proposing any extensions northward or westward or southward for that matter. So moving up to drawing 2 above. This is the lower level, basement level. I apologize if the drawing labels are confusing. This was a comment in our land use or in our planning review that we labeled this the second/lower level plan, but this is the existing basement, which the previous owners had built out a small kitchen space down here. We're proposing that the interior staircase there at the north end of the plan be eliminated. That'll just be made into a storage space, and then thereby removing the interior connection down to this level, and then it can be legally converted into a special ADU with access just via the existing exterior staircase that leads down the south side of the building. So the only thing really proposed down here is replacement of existing exterior doors and windows and replacement of the handrail. Moving to the bottom left of the plan, this is the upper level, the existing upper level. We're proposing to eliminate that central stair, basically remove it and replace it with something a bit more curvilinear and decorative. Not that that's necessarily the purview of the board, but just for reference. And then there's a large existing balcony, balcony 4, that will be removed as part of the addition. Below, we're proposing more of a like a roof deck type space above the new addition below, which you'll see. And then bedroom 1 is proposed to have the interior removed so that we can expand that westward over the existing garage, which is not shown here, but it's between that west end of the building and the next grid line over is the existing garage below. And if you, I guess one other thing to comment, sorry, before you go up, if there's some existing sort of curved sunroom type skylights there on the east side of the building, just above balcony 4, which we're proposing to remove. If you go just up above there, they're running kind of north and south on the page. It looks like a skylight right along the outside of the building, right outside the master bedroom. So panning upward, existing roof plan. Because we're pushing because we're expanding the second floor, most of all that is all occurring beneath or within rather the existing roof area, but we're kind of pushing sections of that roof up to make more space at the second floor. So it's a little confusing, but this diagonal crosshatch represents the area of the existing roof that will remain as existing. And then the other areas beyond that are proposed to be lifted upward to allow for more second story space. So we'll see that more on the next sheet. So that's the existing plans. If you move to the next sheet, I'll try to move quickly here. I see my time's running low, but the proposed plan, drawing 2 at the bottom right corner, shows the additions at the main level, which is 374 square foot addition off of the dining and kitchen. And then we have this small curved entry tower. It's a just covered exterior space here at the ground level. It's to enter into a covered space. And then you can see the expanded balconies with the horizontal hatches. They're labeled with new balcony, 62 square feet, new balcony, 605 square feet, and so forth. So those are the additions here at the main level. If you pan to the above that, there's no real new scope to mention here at this plan. So that's all existing to remain and just be converted into ADU. Bottom left here, you can see the primary additions to the project, which is this master bedroom 1 above the garage on the top left with its own balcony. That's all above the existing footprint of the garage. And then the master bedroom 2 addition, 403 square feet above the existing the existing living room below. And then this balcony 4, you can see the dashed line represents the outline of the existing balcony. And then the slightly shaded balcony is what we're enlarging. So that's all just roof deck above the first floor living room and kitchen below. And then moving up to the roof plan above, you can see right here in the center, we're proposing that new curved stair to come up like a doghouse to the roof and come out to a small roof deck there. So moving on to stay within our time limit here, the next sheet shows the proposed exterior elevations along with the existing elevations. The existing is below the above in each case. So starting at the bottom, our south elevation, this is the elevation that faces Las Alturas. So you can see the existing, you can kind of see how that existing roof has a very high ridge at the second floor, and then it slopes continuously way down towards the Las Alturas and above the existing living room. And so we're proposing to break up that long sloping roof and pop up some more floor area above it. As you can see there in the very center of the elevation, that would be the master bedroom addition above the living room. And then you can see to the left there, the existing garage with what we're proposing with the new bedroom above the garage with a small balcony. And you can just tell slightly we're shifting some of the floor area at the main level further east towards gridline F. And then just moving up the sheet, you can see the proposed west elevation. This faces, you can see the entry tower here with what's being proposed above the garage. And then that second floor above the living room between grid lines 4 and 5, you can see that we're extending up for some new floor area there. And I'm almost done. Should I stop here, Chair Member Miller?
Well, yeah, go ahead. If you have, how much more time do you need?
Okay, just one more minute. We're almost done just to complete your review of the drawings. The east elevation here, you can see this is where we're proposing to extend some floor area east, so it's kind of coming towards us off the page, but it's not really increasing the massing of the building at all in this east elevation, just extending some floor area further east. And then if you pan up to the north elevation, this is the uphill side of the residence, which has very little impact. We're just seeing a bit of new proposed roof. We've sort of area clouded the areas that are of notable change. So increasing the height of the garage for that second floor above it. And then you can see in the center between grid lines D and C, that small roof that's for the new staircase to access the roof deck. And then you see we're extending some floor area further east between grid lines F and E. Okay. And then lastly, last sheet here, just for a quick diagram that shows building height as it's easier shown in section than in these elevations. So you can see here we've worked hard to try to maintain all of the proposed programmatic additions below the 30-foot height limit. So you've got the 30-foot height limit dashed there through this cross section that shows the new roof deck and the staircase. So this section's cut right through the central staircase, and you can see that stairs designed to take us up to the roof deck. And we've worked hard to try to maintain that within the 30-foot height limit.
Okay, thank you.
And that is all. Thank you, everybody.
We'll bring it back to the board. Okay. Do we have any public comment?
Thank you, Chair Miller. If you are attending by webinar and would like to comment on this item, please raise your hand by clicking the hand icon on your GoToWebinar control panel. While we wait for hands, Ms. Fennessy, did we receive any written correspondence for this item?
Thank you, Ms. Burkhart. We did receive public comment for item 5 from Kathy and David Tillman, but it was identified and distributed as general public comment, which is my apologies. And the public comment record has been corrected and updated on the city's website. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that correction. There are no hands raised, so I'll hand it back to you, Chair Miller, for questions.
All right, Board Member Kloss, do you have any questions, please?
Can we go to the exterior elevations, please? Let's go for the west elevation. I'll just start there. So my first question is there any intention, I mean, what is the plan for the exterior of this home aside from the additions? And I mean, is there an intention to smooth trowel stucco the exterior, or are you planning to retain the existing sort of knockdown finish on the home and match that?
I don't think it'd be a smooth trowel plaster, but it'd have a slight texture to it and kind of keeping with standard Mission style plaster finish.
So more like a cat's paw finish?
Yeah, more like a cat's paw finish. And then here on the gable ends, we'd have the plaster scoop up to the tile in standard detail with how that usually occurs.
Right, so it'd be just a rolled eave in rake condition, or a rolled rake condition. Okay. And is the intent to use the existing type of mission tile that's on the home or to use a different type of mission tile?
Yeah, we'll look to match the existing mission style tile roofing since we are able to maintain some of the existing roof. We'll look to maintain that existing material and match it throughout the rest of the roof.
Okay. Can we please look at the south elevation? Okay, those are my only questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Arakelian, do you have any questions?
May I ask a question to the board?
Yes.
So I'm on the single family design guidelines under 31C. I just wanted to ask what the board thinks about, you know, the entry in the tower. You know, if they think that, you know, is the entry, do you guys believe it's designed in proportion to the scale of the dwelling?
My comment is that I guess. But that's my comment.
Yeah, that was my only question.
Oh, okay. Board Member Motisha, do you have any questions, please?
Yes, I have a question. Well, it's obviously you pushed that house out just about everywhere that you could, or you wanted to. Bedroom here, a bedroom there, a balcony here, a entry here, covered entry here, a bedroom over the living room, stairway to the roof deck. I'm going to help you. This 107% of FAR, this scares me and probably scares everybody else. Can that 107, and if you are definitely in this permit eliminating the basement into a ADU, does that, and I am maybe asking Barbara, does that FAU have to be included in the FARs, or ADU have to be included in the FAR?
The area of the ADU is included in the total FAR.
It has to be included.
Yes, it's included.
How about, is
Yeah.
it included? It was a detached
Yes.
ADU? Any ADU has to be included in it.
It is included in overall floor area ratio, yes.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to stick to my principles. I think the 107 is too high. It's a shame to say that, and I slap my face for saying it, but it's too high. It needs to be brought down, and I've seen what you've done here to push it up that high. But I think what you've done is you've created an ADU by taking the bedrooms away, and then creating 107% by adding more bedrooms to the house, and you have a house with 1, 2, 3, 4 bedrooms, 3 baths, 3.5 baths. Yeah, I would like to see something change here to bring that FAR down to.
Is this a question?
Can you bring that? Can you do something to the house to bring FAR down closer to 85? That's a question. Thank you. I'm finished.
Okay, Board Member Ziegler, do you have any questions, please?
Well, this is 210 Los Alturas, and I live at 250 Los Alturas, so I think I'm foreclosed from saying anything.
Oh, okay. Are you recusing yourself?
I guess I am.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I really don't have any. Oh, what's the material of the garage door?
return to that elevation. I believe what we're proposing is a wood-clad garage door, though it's not noted in the plans.
Okay. All right, thank you. All right, I'll bring it back for comments. Board Member Kalas, do you have any comments, please?
This is a tough one. It's tough because I think the existing house is already large. And to speak very frankly, I don't think that the detailing or the exterior nature of the existing home is commensurate with the quality of architecture that we would typically expect if this house were being built today. So part of me, well, I do agree with Mr. Motish's where he was going with his questions or comments about the FAR being too high. But at the same time, I do think there's some benefit that the neighborhood would be reaping from work being done on this home. I appreciate how the applicant has broken up the central volume in terms of the roof line, so we don't just have that one long shed roof anymore. I think that's successful. I do not think that what's being done to the chimney stack as you view it from the west elevation is successful, where they've split the top of that. That's awkward. I'm concerned about the extent to which the, I'll call it primary level balcony is extending beyond the extents of the residence. That's not something you typically see in a Mediterranean home like this. It's usually captured within the extents of the residence, much more like the balcony or roof deck on the third level. So I, rather than seeing that expanded, I'd like to see that reduced. I would like staff to check in and review with the applicant in regards to vegetation clearing that I know that has occurred on this parcel, because I've driven by it and observed that. Drive by it almost every day. I think that cat's paw finish would be an upgrade. And if enough roofing is being affected by the work on this project, I would encourage a darker colored roofing tile rather than the sort of blanched out peachy color tile that's on the existing residence. And also a much more traditional handrail than what we're seeing here. This looks like just an industrial stripped down handrail. Those are my initial comments.
Thank you. Board Member Arakalian, do you have any comments, please?
I do. I did manage to drive by the property. I think there's a, you know, an advantage with the building footprint, as the applicant said. You know, there's, you know, it's within the setbacks. It's not easy to see the property. It's not very visible from the public. I don't know. I'm just, as I keep looking at the south elevation, I'm just having a, similar to board member Motisha's comments, you know, this is going out here, this is going out here, like there's things popping out. I'm just having a hard time understanding the rhythm behind the south elevation with the openings, the windows and the doors, and just seeing how it all connects to each other. And I don't know, the longer I look at it, the harder of a time I'm having on what suggestions I can make towards making it more coherent. But it's an opinion. Um, and then similar to Board Vice Chair Colossus' comments about the handrail, I would be interested in seeing the garage door, the wood clad detail, or it could be in the plans, but I haven't had a chance to look at the plans, obviously. So yeah, so the garage door handrail detail and yeah, the south elevation. So yeah, those are my comments.
All right, thank you. Board Member Motisha, do you have any comments, please?
I like what you've done. I like what you've done to the, I mean, it really makes the house, I mean, you created an ADU and it makes the house a lot more interesting to live in. I can make some comments about doing this and doing that, but that's just purely design wise. I would just try to cut it down just to make it smaller in bulk. That's what you've done. You've taken that livable house that was built new and pushed it out and made an ADU at the bottom and created a big mass at the top of an ADU that wasn't there before, and came up with 107%, which is too big. I can't say anything more. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Board Member Ziegler, do you have any comments, please?
Chair Miller, he's recused himself.
Oh, that's right. Sorry. Thanks, Sue. It's been a long day. Okay, so my comments. Yeah, I think it's a huge improvement. I think it's what it is it's a 1970s interpretive Spanish crashing with, anyway, and you're trying to pull that out and make it more traditional. Yeah, it's really busy. Classic Andalusian architecture is very simple, and the window fenestrations, the mullions, they should all match. They've got all kinds of different types of windows, so it's kind of busy. If you could keep all the fenestration and the doors with the glass in it all matching the mullions, I think that would help a lot. Make it consistent. Yeah, if you could add a little more imagination to the railings, that would be kind of cool. You look at the south elevation, I agree with Board Member Kloss where it sticks off to the right there. One of the things that's really missing on this, and I think you're stuck because of the existing, is that you don't normally see on a classic Spanish home where the deck sticks out with nothing underneath it. You usually see beams in there or posts and beams, so so it looks like something's holding it up. This is more of a contemporary approach, but it is what it is. So that's probably my comments. Yeah, there are a lot of openings, windows openings, but I also know you're trying to take advantage of the views you've got. So, but it is an improvement. And yeah, I'd like to see more detail of the garage because based on this elevation, it looks like a railing. Those are my only comments. So they're here for project design approval, I guess. So if someone would like to grant it that.
Chair Miller?
Yeah.
Can I add one additional comment?
Yes, please, go ahead.
I'm looking at the roof deck on the top floor. I'm just concerned if that's really necessary. I mean, there's a lot of balconies and decks, and there's a lot going on with people that being able to go outside, and I'm not sure if the balcony addition is just necessary, or if the applicant can consider studying other roof deck additions that are in the surrounding neighborhood with Spanish architecture, how it looks. Just that's all.
All right, thank you. If I could follow up on that, I think in this case it kind of makes the house fun. I think it's done appropriately. So I think it kind of adds to it, gives it a kind of a unpredictable funness to it. But that's my opinion. So that being said, would someone please like to entertain a motion?
I have one other observation I'd like to share.
All right.
I think the proximity of a lot of the fenestration is too close to the outside corners, and there's not enough beef. If we look at that south elevation again, there's many instances where the windows are getting far too close to the exterior corners. You would never see that in this type of architecture. So
Right.
for example, on the second floor level in the central mass, the window to the left of the two French doors is just all wrong. And so is the situation that you're seeing, I think, down below. There needs to be a lot more mass there on the side in order to make this work correctly. Same thing with the French doors on the third floor on the right-hand side. So I would pay very close attention to that.
Okay, thank you. With that being said, Ms. Kloss, I know you've been busy. How would you like to entertain a motion?
Sure. Let's just go for it. Let's see. The board recommends that the project be continued to the full board. We are not giving it project design approval at this time. The direction that we're providing the applicant would be as follows. Please provide proposed finishes in your next application, including the nature of the exterior plaster, the proposed roofing, the detailing on the wrought iron rails, and the nature of the windows, doors, and the garage door. The board would like to see the FAR reduced closer to guideline FAR if at all possible. However, the board does recognize that a portion of this square footage is going to be allocated to an ADU. The applicant is encouraged to study the fenestration relative to the outside corners in order to ensure that there is substantial mass on either side of the windows, as is commensurate with the nature of this architecture. The applicant should study the light, LITE, configurations of the doors and windows to ensure consistency between all of them, as well as relevance to this type of architecture. The split chimney condition that's visible on the westerly elevation should be restudied. And the extended balcony on the ground level that extends beyond the structure to the east should be pulled back and reduced in width. That is my motion.
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second it.
All right, thank you.
And
Maybe-
I had a question.
Yes,
I wanted to ask the board if everyone is supportive of the roof deck on top of the balcony.
I personally don't have a problem with it.
I think it adds to the addition of everything that's added to the house. But what I'll say is, I like it. I'm sorry, I don't have a problem with it, even though it adds to something that maybe it shouldn't. And it changes that roof line up there and adds a little pillar of a box off of a roof that should be simplified. I would hate to.
I think I would rather see that stay and the extension of the second floor deck reduced than
To the
vice versa. Yes, than vice versa. And I don't think that there's any privacy concerns that are born of that. That would be my biggest concern, Mr. Arakelian. And I don't see that's causing any privacy concerns. So I don't have a problem with it.
I support your comment about the balcony reduction.
Okay, so I guess a
We have a
motion,
motion on the table and it's been seconded.
has it been, I don't think, do I have a second, please?
I think I seconded it. I will do it again.
All right, thank you. Ms. Burkhart, do you have a comment?
I was just gonna say we had a second, but
Okay, may I have a roll call, please?
Thank you. I will now start the roll call vote. Vice Chair Colas,
Aye.
Board Member Arkelian,
Yes.
Board Member Motisha,
Yes.
Board Member Ziegler. He
He's-
recused himself.
Correct.
And Chair Miller.
Yes,
Thank you. Motion passes.
thank you. Look forward to seeing you
Thank you,
again.
board
Mr.
members.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
That's the last project, isn't it? Please, God. All right, this concludes our single family design board for August 30th. Good night.
Good night.